Not all places are empty when the doors are locked. At Paranormal M, we go where others refuse, to abandoned buildings, cursed woods, and forgotten graveyards. Subscribe and take the journey with us if you can handle what's waiting. Breathe slow. The green man in the doorway. When I was a kid, I had trouble sleeping. I'd either stay up too late or I'd wake up in the middle of the night to strange sounds and whispers and creaks. Breathing that wasn't mine. I'd be too scared to move. Sometimes I saw shadows shift across the walls, and once I swear I saw a glowing green figure peek through the doorway of my childhood bedroom. I always slept with the door open, and I still remember exactly what it looked like. It glowed the same green as those plastic stars you stick to the ceiling, only brighter and unnatural. The shape was tall, vaguely human, but off somehow and wrong. My instinct was always the same. Stay completely still and breathe as quietly as possible. Pretend I was asleep. But that night something felt different. The fear didn't stay in my chest. It exploded outwards. I screamed. I screamed so hard and for so long it felt like I'd run out of air. I was screaming for help and for my grandma and for anything that could save me. But her TV was always on, loud enough to drown out my voice. It took what felt like forever, maybe 5 minutes, maybe longer, before she finally heard me. When she came down the hallway, the figure vanished like it had never been there. But I remember the way it stood, tall and watching. Too still, too human. After that, I didn't see it again that night. Eventually, I calmed down and fell asleep. But the memory stayed. Other times, the figures were children. Once, there was a boy and a girl. Not real children, but shapes of them. Silhouettes. Pure black, darker than the other room around them. So dark, they looked carved out of the night itself. I froze and barely breathing, hoping they'd vanish. But one didn't. One climbed on top of me. I remember the weight pressing down on my chest and my stomach. I slowly pulled a pillow over my face, trying to make it look like I did it in my sleep, trying not to react. Tears ran down my cheeks in silence, and I couldn't scream, I couldn't move, and all I could do was wait, and eventually it left. But by the time I turned 10, the shadows stopped visiting. I haven't seen them since I became an adult. But those 2 nights, they never faded. For years, I thought they were vivid nightmares. Maybe some kind of night terror. I thought maybe I was just scared or imaginative kid. But recently, I experienced sleep paralysis as an adult, and this time, there were no glowing figures. No shadow children, just silence. I woke up paralyzed, staring into the darkness, completely alert. I felt something in the room, watching me and waiting. There's nothing there. I remembered how I used to breathe slow and quietly, and did the same now, just like I used to. Only now I realized something that shook me even more. All those years I thought I couldn't move, but I could have. I wasn't physically trapped, I just believed I had to stay frozen. That stillness, that paralyzing fear, I chose it every time. That's because I thought it would protect me. Now, looking back, it's oddly comforting to know it was real, that I wasn't crazy, that what I saw and what I felt, it wasn't just my imagination, it was sleep paralysis, and knowing that now somehow makes it worse. Because it means the fear was never just a dream. It was me lying awake in the dark, waiting for something that might never leave. Generational Forest Kids. Surrey, BC, Canada. What does BC stand for? British Columbia? So, I told this story, albeit in far less detail, on my Tumblr on the anniversary of my sighting, but I figured if I was ever going to get answers, it'd probably be here. So, when I was about 7 years old, June 30th, 2010 to be specific, my Opa ditched me at the park for a couple of hours. And when I say ditched, I mean had a nap in his car in the parking lot and made it very clear that I was not to wake him. So I was unsupervised, as was common for my weird experiences. After a few hours of playing, I needed to sit down, both to catch my breath and to cool off. I ended up sitting underneath a tree, which was near the tree line. I don't think it really was a forest in a traditional sense, but to a child it may as well have been. A few minutes, maybe 10 or 20 of sitting there later, I started seeing something flickering through the trees. I stood up and got a bit closer because I just stopped wearing glasses and I couldn't see as well as I can now. But when I got closer, I realized the flickering I saw was actually a kid, about my age, tinted a little bit green, which I assumed was from the light passing through the leaves since it was so faint. Not long after I noticed the kid noticed me too. He, or it, smiled widely, but something just felt off. It felt like, well, how I'd smile at a friend, and more like how I'd smile at an ice cream bar, if that makes sense. The kid waved to me and started beckoning to me. The vibes were very off, so I hesitated, and then I started noticing more kids in the trees, around my age or older. Now sufficiently freaked out, I ran back to the playground. I waited to go home. I had a lot of nightmares as a kid, so I convinced myself I'd just fallen asleep and never mentioned it to anyone. Cut to last year. I was on the phone with my dad, and we started talking about weird stuff we experienced as kids. My Opa was his stepdad, so we had fairly similar childhoods. Always a one-upper, I told the story above without mentioning that the kids looked green. That's because I still thought it meant nothing, until he asked me if they were green. As his very first question in response to my story, turns out as teenagers he and a friend had also seen the same kids at that park. And to summarize what I was told, the kids had ended up following them home. My stepmom thinks they were probably harmless. I should have played with them. I very sincerely disagree, but I still don't really know what they were, and all I know for sure is that they weren't a dream. So, any theories? My house is haunted, and I think it's coming after me. Last night, literally last night. So I have to put my phone in the living room at midnight every night. Strict parents. So I came out to the living room to do so and tell my 2 dogs good night like I do every night. If I don't open my door all the way or shut it behind me, it'll be open all the way on its own. I don't know why, but it's pretty normal. Happened since we got this house. My door makes noise when it opens or closes, so I thought the noise I was hearing was my door opening, so I wasn't thinking much of it. I then go to the kitchen to take my allergy medicine, and I look down to all my room, and my door's completely shut. It's never shut on its own before. I was creeped out, so I went to open the door, and the moment I did, my TV turned on by itself. That's when one of my dogs perked up and ran to my room, and I usually don't allow my dogs in my room because their fur makes me itchy. But this time I was scared enough to let them investigate. I decided to let my dog sleep in my room because at this point I was scared, and the paranormal doesn't typically scare me, but this was my room where I sleep. So I called my other dog in there, and both dogs got in the bed, and I went back to the kitchen to take my allergy medicine, and that's when one of my dogs ran out of my room. He often doesn't like me to be alone in my room, so I attempted to get him and go back in there when I was ready, and he refused. He stood about 10 feet away from my door, growling with his neck hair raised. I was 3 feet from my door, trying to coax my dog into my room when a cord in the living room got yanked off the wall, hard, and my dog took off running and laid in his bed and wouldn't move. Finally, I went to my room, scared as fuck, and laid down with my other dog who stayed in there. Immediately, he curled up on my chest and didn't move the whole night, as if he was protecting me. This was very unlike him. The few times I sleep in my room, when I sleep on the couch, both dogs usually kind of huddle at my feet. Shit is getting weird. Recently, my house has gotten scary. You can see in my previous posts in the Reddit I've had some crazy paranormal activity. We moved in October last year, and it was quiet. Nothing out of the ordinary. I actually felt safer in this house than I did in the previous one. It's pretty much an open floor plan, so you can see almost the entire house when you walk in the door, save for the bedrooms, which have their own sort of hallways. After around a month in this house, we started noticing we could hear voices at night. It was when there was no TVs on or anything like that. Our previous house was haunted with similar occurrences, so it didn't really bother us much. And in a weird way, it made us feel more like at home. Things took a turn just a couple of weeks ago. I won't explain everything because it's in a post, but a long story short, things got ripped off walls and my door shut on its own. My dog was growling at my room door and wouldn't enter, and the other laid on my chest protecting me from something all night. Recently, I think I've been hearing or seeing a mimic, and I felt my mood change drastically. I'm always angry. Quick to anger and punching things, and that's not me. It's only happened in this house. I try to chalk it up to my teenage hormones, and I'm not so sure. Happened too suddenly, too aggressively. Especially making me so angry I want to punch things. Just now, a picture fell off the wall in the kitchen, almost hitting me in the face. I don't know what to do. That picture has been there since he moved in. It's never fallen before. I didn't touch the wall or the picture, and I'm worried something's coming after me, or trying to attach to me, or honestly, I don't know what to do. I had this dream as a kid, and to this day I get chills thinking about it. I just wanted to share a personal experience. A spiritual or religious dream I had when I was about 14 or 15. I'm 20 now, and it's a dream I've never forgotten. Every time I think about it, I get chills. Sometimes tears come to my eyes, and I don't even know why. And for context, I'm Muslim, and I'm religious today. But back then, I wasn't really thinking about faith or anything spiritual. I was just living my life. And this dream hit me so hard I didn't understand it then. I still don't fully understand why this dream and not another. It was night, and in the dream I was asleep in my bed, and everything felt just like real life. Suddenly I heard this huge noise coming from outside. Not just loud, but deep, and something powerful was happening. Something serious. It felt urgent, like the whole world was holding its breath. I got up and went to the window. I lifted the shutter and looked outside, and there were people walking down the street. I don't know how, but I somehow knew they were apostles. They were holding torches and walking in silence, filling both sides of the road, and in the middle of them was Jesus. He was crucified, but he was levitating, floating forward and slowly, right through the street like it was completely normal, but it wasn't. Yeah. The whole scene felt sacred and heavy, and there was the deafening sound, almost unbearable, like a wave pressing down on everything. It's hard to describe, but the closest thing I can compare it to is the sound of a scarecrow scene from Batman. What? Anyway. His head was tilted to the side, just like you see in the depictions of the crucifixion, and there was something around him like an aura. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt it was apocalyptic, like the end of the world was unfolding right in front of me. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like time had stopped. I just stood there watching. I don't remember waking up or anything else, and that was it. But that dream has stayed with me all these years. Still don't know what it meant, and I wasn't even focused on religion back then. Left a mark on me. I still feel something when I think about it. I'd really like to hear what you all think of this. Feel free to share your thoughts or interpretations. Whatever your beliefs are, and let's just keep it respectful towards everybody and every religion. This happened to me. I don't know what it was. Hello, I'm here to share something that has haunted me since I was 5 years old. It's a true story that followed me across 3 homes and nearly a decade of my childhood. I stayed silent about it for years because no one believed me, and also because I was too terrified to speak. When I was about 5, we moved into a 1-floor house above a bungalow. My dad worked in another city, and only visited once or twice a week, and sometimes not so. It was just me and my mom most of the time. We slept in the TV room for a while, because the bedroom was under repair, and that's when I started hearing unexplainable sounds at night, like someone walking or whispering. Thought it was just my imagination. Later, when we moved into the bedroom, the sound didn't stop. One night, I had a dream where something, I'm not really sure what it is, something was chasing me. I tripped and fell and suddenly woke up and I saw my mom lying next to me. But something was wrong. She had wide-open staring eyes, a creepy, unnatural smile, and a burnt-looking face. I told myself I must just have the dark playing tricks on me. But I was terrified, and I reached over to hug her in my sleep, and she pushed my legs away over and over. The next morning, I asked my mom why she was smiling like that. She looked confused, and she hadn't done anything. She said that she was talking to the guard's wife that morning, like everything was normal. That's when I started wondering, was that really my mom beside me? Fear becomes my routine. I told my classmates about the sounds I was hearing at night. They just laughed, and I never mentioned the ghost or the burned face. I figured that if they didn't believe the sounds, how would they believe this? And from then on, I grew distant from my mom, and I became quiet and angry and paranoid. I would sleep without a thick blanket, even in South India's 50 degrees centigrade summer heat. I was drenched in sweat, but it was better than being exposed. Every night she would come, even when my dad was home. Every night I would feel her and hear her. I never told anyone, not a soul. And after 2 years of this, we moved to a new house, also above a bungalow, but this one had a neighboring room, too. I was hopeful that things would be better. For the first few days, they were, but then the same heavy, unshakable feeling returned. The dreams came back and the fear came back. The whispers came back. We left that house in just a few months due to termites, moved into a new apartment, and the one I still live in now. And I was 7.5 years old when we moved in. My dad and I slept in one room while my mom and the maid was unpacking some things in the lounge. And that night, the feeling returned, the one I had the first time, and I tried to ignore it. But after a few months, the sounds came back, only this time the whispers were right in my ears. Whenever I slept beside my mom or somebody and reached out in my sleep, the same thing would happen. My legs and arms would get pushed away, and I never looked. I didn't want to see who or what was lying next to me. I only slept to my left of my mom, but that didn't mean it was her, and I didn't dare check. But I'm sure that it wasn't my mom, and something that is unbelievable. But it never left the house and never followed me outside. During COVID, my mom had to stay in the hospital for surgery. I left at my neighbor's house and nothing happened, no whispers, no fear. But the moment I was back home and sleeping beside somebody, it began again. After my mom is back, I slept alone in my room, and for the first time in years, nothing happened. No whispers, no shadows, no pushing. Even after she returned and slept in another room, I slept alone and was safe. Then one day, my grandma visited and started sleeping beside me, and that feeling came back. And that's when I realized the ghost only came when I wasn't alone. I stopped reacting. I never opened my eyes. I just let it happen. Then one night, after my cousin moved in with us for school, maybe 8th grade and she was in 12th, we slept side by side. My mom was in another room, and suddenly I woke up in the middle of the night totally frozen. Sleep paralysis. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, and hovering beside me was a massive black figure floating in the air. It wasn't a shadow, it was real, and it whispered straight into my ears. And then it began to press down on my neck, and I couldn't scream and I couldn't breathe. But somehow, my cousin woke up and she called my name. My mom came running, and in an instant, everything vanished. They found me soaked in sweat, shivering in fear. And the next morning, I told them everything. Years of terror poured out in the dreams and the whispers and the pushing in the face. My mom contacted a priest, and he said, "There's a middle-aged woman who's been with your child since childhood." I couldn't believe it, and I still ask myself, why me? Why only me? The end or just a pause? In 2021 it stopped. No whispers, no paralysis, no ghost. But even now the fear lingers and the memory still follows me. I don't believe in paranormal activities, and I'm an atheist, but what I experienced felt completely real. It wasn't my imagination or an illusion. I could feel everything that happened to me. But now I'm okay, and nothing's happened since 2021. Inexplicable incident. I've been encouraged to share an experience my wife and I had a few years ago. It's always haunted me, because there's no logical explanation to it. And I want to start off by confessing that I'm an atheist and I don't believe in ghosts and or the supernatural. I also don't believe in demons or angels. My wife, however, does, and she was born a Christian, is still a believer, and while she doesn't go to church, her parents are active churchgoers. From time to time, we both attend for special occasions. Despite being atheist, I'm not anti-religion. I want to point that out because in the context of what I'm about to share, I think it's relevant and also good for you to know. Like, I'm not somebody who points towards an experience as paranormal without a good reason. Also, my wife is very much into horror. She loves horror movies and horror books and runs a business creating horror curiosities, Ouija boards, as well as Victorian fairground-themed dolls. And again, this provides added context to what I'm about to share. So back in 2016, we moved into a house in South Staffordshire, England. The house was roughly 100 years old at the time, and a few weeks in, we started noticing bizarre things happening. We'd be sitting in the front room watching TV. We'd hear footsteps or what sounded like footsteps coming from upstairs. It was so loud we'd stop the TV or whatever we were doing, listening out, and we'd hear it again. I'd go and investigate, only for there to be nothing and no one upstairs, of course. There could only be floorboards creaking. That's the only logical conclusion. It's an old house, and floorboards are going to creak. Then we'd wake up and picture frames would be crooked, and the lid of the bin would be loose or even off. Lights would be on. Again, you could argue there are logical explanations for all these things. Anything could have caused a picture frame to move. Maybe one of us left the lid off the bin loose or not secure. Leaving a light on without realizing really isn't uncommon. Then there were the night terrors. My wife would wake up in the middle of the night, screaming, adamant she'd seen someone in the room or even floating above her head. But again, it could be argued she was dreaming vividly, so much she was convinced it was all real. And I could go on, but the point here is every paranormal-like activity in the house, there wasn't really always an argument to rationalize what was happening. And the likelihood is the logical explanation would be the accurate one. So, here comes the inexplicable thing. In our dining room, we had an old-fashioned bureau, and on the bureau was a sculpture of a hand. We'd put mail for one another in between the fingers, or if we received a card for a birthday or whatever, it'd go in between the fingers for a while, and to be honest, most of the time I wouldn't even notice. One evening, my wife asked if I'd seen the card I got for her, for when she got her master's degree. She said she'd had it on the hand sculpture, but it's not there anymore. And had I moved it? And like I said, I hardly noticed it, and I never even knew she'd put the card there. So we searched the entire room. I even lifted the bureau so my wife could look underneath. It was gone, nowhere to be seen. I joked because I said something along the lines of maybe a ghost took it. And this became a running joke, and whenever anything happened, we'd blame it on the ghost. But anyway, we moved on and agreed the card would have to show up at some point. Weeks passed, and nothing. The card wasn't anywhere to be seen. I'd even forgotten about it. So, it's coming up to my wife's birthday. And part of her gift being the horror obsessive that she is, I got us tickets to a ghost hunt at an old haunted pub. We've been to a few of these ghost hunts. Most of the time, it's a load of nonsense, but it's a laugh, and we meet some nice, if somewhat eccentric people there. And overall, it's a good experience. Even if we're standing in the dark for most of the time, calling out for a ghost that isn't really there. So we go to this ghost hunt, and a few things go on, and then we're all split into groups, and we have to use a Ouija board. I'm dubious, and I've done these on ghost hunts before, and because everybody wants to get spooked or experience something, I'd always felt like the glass was being moved on purpose, and I felt no difference this time, even when the glass came to me. When we'd asked, who does the spirit want to speak to? So I asked silly questions. Can't even remember what I'd asked, but until my wife said, "Ask if our house is haunted." So I did. "Is our house haunted?" The glass moved to yes. "Is it a friendly ghost?" The glass moved to yes. Then I had an idea. Did this ghost steal my wife's card? The glass moved to yes. Can I have the card back, please? The glass moved to yes. Can I have it back tonight, please? The glass moved to yes yet again. And I swear on my mother's life, we came home and a few hours later, in the middle of the dining room on the floor was my wife's card. And this is weeks and weeks after it was lost. So the floor had been swept and hoovered, and despite that, we searched so thoroughly for it that we would have noticed, or my wife would have definitely noticed for sure. This was about 7 or 8 years ago now, when we moved and we bought a cottage that's over 150 years old. But there's been zero activity, thankfully. But I can't explain, or find a logical or rational explanation for what happened that night. It was really bizarre. I'm sharing this here because I'm curious as to what others think, or if anybody has had a similar experience. I saw a small white creature on my drive home from work. Can somebody help me pinpoint it? It was just after 11 p.m. midsummer. I have a long commute home, and I was not particularly tired that night, so I can't chalk it up to fatigue, and I was driving down a long rural side road, or I was going to say sidewalk, but side road. A rural side road, as they put it, with farm fields on both sides. And if you've seen roads in northern Canada, you know that the ditches and the sides are real deep. I had my high beams on because the stretch of road has no lights, so at night it's extremely dark. I've had deer jump out and cross the road before, but I saw something that was 100% without a doubt not a deer. Far up ahead on the right side, I saw a short white figure standing at the top of the ditch like deer do when they're about to jump, so I slowed down. And as I approached, I realized this thing was way skinnier than it should be, like starved skinny. Stood like a baby deer with the same body shape except its ribs were popping out. Its stomach was very thin. Like if you've ever seen a starving dog and had no tail and its head was almost totally round unlike a deer. And it didn't have any ears that I could see. This thing was pale white like a sheet of paper. Its eyes didn't glow. It wasn't the high beam reflection making it so white because, well, as I passed by, my headlights were no longer on it, and it was still white as snow. The scariest part was, I swear to God, I think like a human hand, like instead of a hoof or feet or a deer. It stared at my car as I passed by, and at first I gunned it, because the sight of it freaked me out so bad. And then I thought I should turn around to look for it, so I pulled a U-turn and drove back a ways, but definitely gone. So then I just continued on home, which was about another 20-minute drive. And this encounter bothered me the whole time. When I got home, my wife and sister-in-law and my brother were all standing in the front porch chatting, and I immediately told them what I saw and started Googling. I could find nothing, and they think I'm crazy. Any help identifying this creature I saw would be so appreciated. I still drive that road twice a day. I always scan that section of the road now, but I haven't seen it again. A dream I can't stop thinking about. I'm not saying this is paranormal, but it scares the crap out of me, and I just want to tell someone. I was standing in an old plantation-style house, and somebody I couldn't see was also standing behind me. 2 kids were shouting out of the window at somebody below them. I asked who they were shouting at. The voice behind me said that they're talking to their parents and they're dead. I said, but how can they see them? And just then another lady spoke to me. Somebody I didn't know was also there. An African-American lady, and I got the impression she was powerful and important. She said, "I will open your third eye so you can see the dead." And the voice behind me yelled back in a panic, "No, you do not want that. It is not worth it." To which the lady said, "It is a gift. You may decide when you are ready to receive it." Then I woke up and I was like, what the fuck was that about? Jesus Christ. Skeptical, but I love the intriguing part of it. I have a family of 4, Mom, Dad, my brother, and I. When this happened, my brother was 18 years old while I was 11. Brother had a very detailed and realistic dream of a nun trying to get into his bedroom through the window. That was while we were living on the 3rd floor of a building. The next day, my brother told this nightmare to my mom while drinking coffee in the kitchen. That was while I was asleep. And that night, I dreamed about the same nun trying to get through my window. I woke up scared and hugged the wall, covering myself with a blanket trying to get to sleep again. While I can swear I felt the matter moving like somebody just sat on it, at that point I was so scared that I jumped out of bed and when my parents just went to my bedroom to sleep. And the very next day, my mom asked me what I dreamed about. I explained to her the entire scenario. While she didn't really react to it, she knew me and my brother had the same dream. On the 3rd night, my mom dreamed about this nun too. She was getting home from work while taking the bus. An old woman, looking like a nun, sort of, got caught between the doors. My mom screamed for the driver to open the doors. When the nun lifted her head up and made contact with my mom, it was the moment that my mom recognized her, started screaming for the driver to drive off. After that, my mom didn't alarm me or my brother, and instead she booked for us a trip to a very famous church in my country. So we went on the trip, and we went to a priest, and all of us explained what we had dreamed of in detail. The priest kind of shrugged it off, saying it was the Saint Mary trying to get into our house to prevent anything harmful. I didn't really believe him because I knew the feeling I got during that night. It was not peaceful. But I was scared as fuck, and one thing is for sure. He did some chanting to quote-unquote cure me of the fear of the darkness. And since then, I've never ever felt scared in the dark ever again. To the point of today, and while I do fun activities with my friends, exploring abandoned buildings and places for the fun of it, all of my friends are scared as fuck. Well, I couldn't give a fuck about any of the ghost conspiracy. Moving from a dark room to a tunnel without hesitation. Skeptic, please convince me otherwise. As the title suggests, I'm a 28-year-old male skeptic, and I've tried several times to encounter the paranormal by visiting so-called haunted places in my home country. I visited everything from abandoned sites to abandoned churches, and even forts dating from World War II. But so far, I've not encountered anything out of the ordinary, and to be real, I was more scared about the reality of a homeless guy stabbing me to death than a ghost encounter or demon possession. After multiple trials, I ended up thinking this was just some sort of a cute little activity, where you visit old stuff with your friends, making fun of the most scared one of the group and nothing more. My thought process behind these quote-unquote supernatural activities is somewhat logical and intuitive. If ghosts and demons are real and they have the power to come into our lives in any shape or form, we should be able to at least see ghosts or demons roaming around in the streets in broad daylight. I mean, the world is so old and so many people died before us. Maybe on the very ground you're reading this Reddit on, so chances to not see a ghost if they were real is very improbable. And if the ghosts are real, judging by so many theories online, I just came to the conclusion you should not be bothered anyway, because there's no way they can directly interact with your self-being. Now, I get it. People love a good adrenaline rush when something extraordinary happens. And also the false dopamine rush of telling somebody a made-up story to see their reaction. But from a logical standpoint of view, either if the ghosts are real or not, you don't have to worry about it. Also, not to mention, our reality is a reflection of our perspective and environment. And if you consistently feed your brain with theories and encounters, sooner or later your imagination will provide you with self-induced thoughts and visuals, hardly too distinct from reality or illusion. Just like consistently watching horror movies and then dreaming about horror stuff. I also take into consideration the fear of unknown. Our brain is designed to be afraid of the unknown, the risk and the uncertain. And if you go into an abandoned building, for example, it is the best environment possible for your brain to tell you, fuck off out of here as soon as possible. As a defensive survival sort of automated instinct. And your brain is doing that by using, like, fear and imagination. And this is why consciously you start peeping around trying to look for the unknown in the dark, thinking there might be something lurking or watching you. But in reality, it's just your mind playing tricks on you to get you the hell out of there because of a defensive mechanism. I experienced my fair share of extraordinary cases, but everything had a logical explanation to some degree. And if you believe in ghosts and the supernatural, tell me why and how it affects your daily life. I saw my grandmother and grandfather die before it actually happened. This story is about my grandmother, my dad's mom, and my grandfather, my mom's dad. I somehow saw both of their deaths in my dreams before they actually happened. My grandmother, I was just 7 or 8 when my dad's mom passed away. That's right, I had a terrifying dream. I was being chased by something, a black, shapeless entity. I kept hiding at school and at home and at the playground. It felt like it lasted the whole night. And suddenly my grandmother appeared in my dream and she smiled at me, the same warm smile she always had. She took me to a door and told me to hide inside. Then she blocked the path of the dark figure chasing me. And I saw her get swallowed into the darkness and disappear. I woke up immediately to the ringing of her home landline. It was my aunt calling to tell us that Granny had passed away in her sleep. She had gone to bed normally and never woke up, but our houses were all close by. We rushed there, and I believe she came to say goodbye to me and save me from that nightmare one last time. In Hinduism, when somebody dies, we have 13 days of rituals where the soul is believed to be present among us. And during this time, the family sleeps on the floor together, fasts and prays for the peace of the deceased. My mom and aunt shared a mattress and blanket during those days, after Grandma passed. The same one that belonged to Granny. For a few nights, both of them felt the other was lifting the blanket slightly at night, letting cold air in. On the third night, they spoke about it and they were shocked. Neither of them had done it. They switched to another blanket the next day, and the cold sensation never returned. Probably it was my granny trying to get her blanket back. During those 13 days, my mom scolded me badly one day. Probably because I was acting out and missing Granny. And I do remember crying and calling for my Granny because I had this sort of pit in my stomach missing her. After a few months, there was a local ritual where a medium calls the spirit of the deceased to ask questions about the afterlife and their needs for the journey ahead. You're not allowed to cry during the session, nor it affects the medium's body. Everything was going normal. My uncles and aunts were talking to Granny's spirit one by one. All the answers given by the medium felt generic and obvious. and some people were suspicious about the medium as being authentic. Until it was my mom's turn to speak, and suddenly the medium, possessed by Granny's spirit, got angry and shouted, "How dare you scold my baby in front of me? Don't you dare make him cry again. I love him, but now I can't hold him when he cries." Then the medium, breathing heavily at this point, mellows down and starts explaining the same in a more polite way, and this shocked everyone. No one knew about the scolding except my mom and me. People who thought the medium was fake changed their minds, and the spirit also mentioned the exact time Granny passed, 3 to 3:30 a.m., and described the reapers that came to collect her. My grandfather, my mom's dad, this happened many years later, during the COVID lockdown. My mom's father was hospitalized in a COVID center, but my mom hid this from me because I was away in another city for my final university exams. And a few days before his death, I had a dream that felt like I was living life after his passing, people mourning him and his family struggling financially, and the emptiness of his home, and I felt it so real I woke up with a headache and couldn't tell it was real for 10 minutes. My mom's auntie fought an entity and went mad. This happened to my mother's aunt a long time ago in a rural part of India. It was told to me by my mom and grandparents. Back then, girls were married all very young, and my mom's aunt was probably in her early 20s at the time, with the son around 4 or 5 years old. There was a family wedding happening a few villages over, and her mother had cooked lots of delicacies and packed some wedding ritual items that needed to be delivered ahead of time. She asked her eldest daughter, my mom's aunt, to go 2 days early and deliver everything. She agreed and picked up and packed up goods from her mother's house on the way, took her son with her, and started walking toward the wedding destination. At that time, people traveled by foot through forests and villages, as there were no buses or phones. The walk was around 3.5 hours. While crossing through the forest near a small brook, she saw a woman standing far away, dressed in full red bridal attire and wearing a lot of gold jewelry. The woman was smiling at her, and my mom's aunt assumed she was from like a village ahead, also headed to a wedding. She smiled back politely, and the woman suddenly approached quickly, and according to my aunt, looked incredibly beautiful and well-dressed. She came near and said, "I am barren. Give me this boy. I'll raise him as my own." My aunt laughed it off and continued walking, but the woman rushed ahead and blocked her path again, and this time saying, "Take all my gold, just give me the child." And getting irritated, my aunt hurled some curses and walked past again, but this time the woman leapt into the air, landed ahead of them, blocking the path for the third time. And this is when my aunt realized something was wrong. The woman's breathing grew heavy and she started growling like an animal. Her skin turned pale and rotten. Her eyes became pitch black and there was no white in them, just black pupils. A horrible smell started coming off of her, and the scariest part is my mom's aunt's son suddenly began trying to break free from her grip, saying he wanted to go with the woman. He scratched her arms, trying to pull away with all of his strength, and in her bag, which was tied to a bedsheet like a backpack, she remembered she had carried a chimta, an iron tong used to make music at weddings and religious functions. Desperately, she pulled it out and began attacking the entity with it, and to her surprise, it burned her. The creature growled and stepped back, kept blocking the path and crying and shouting for help, and my auntie just dragged her son with one hand and kept hitting the entity with the other, till she reached the end of the forest. A demonic entity almost took my grandmother. This one's about my maternal grandmother, and honestly, it's probably the most intense story I've heard, firsthand from my family. There's a lot of backstory, but I feel like it's important to understand the main story. So here we go. My mother was born in a village that, as crazy as it may sound, was literally a dumping ground for dark entities before it became a village. Here in India, especially in older rural areas, exorcisms aren't always about banishing spirits. Most of the time, the priests or tantrics, occultists, just capture the spirit and leave it to bind into a remote place, hoping it doesn't harm anyone. That area my mother's village sits on was one of those places. A proper deep forest setup, flowing brooks and thick trees, almost no sunlight hitting the forest floor in some spots, and a reputation for being paranormally active for decades. Even today, it's considered secluded. You either have to walk 20 or 30 minutes from the main road through narrow trails, or take this inbuilt Kakcha road to the locals. It's full of loose stone and deep turns, impossible for normal cars to cross unless it's a tractor or a sturdy jeep. Now, my grandfather's mom, or my mom's dad's family, was one of the first 3 families that decided to settle in that region. And they were farmers, and they owned a chunk of unused forest land nearby. It was earlier used for wood collection or to gather grass for cattle. Their old home was falling apart and would have eventually led to property disputes. So the siblings split the land and built new houses there to avoid future issues. Once people saw someone settling, a few more families came too, but soon after then, really aggressive. Windows shattering at night and hearing laughing and crying in the forest, and illnesses after, any encounter with no medical cause, and cattle dying for no reason and blood stains outside homes. Random dead animal meat dumped near the doorstep or something. And something knocking on their door past midnight asking for food or screaming or crying or pleading, and all the families were terrified. They reached out to priests and spiritual people, but most of them backed out as soon as they learned the scale of it. It wasn't one entity, but possibly hundreds. Eventually, one respected priest agreed to help, suggested the best long-term solution: to bring a powerful deity into the area. Since the resources were tight, they couldn't build a full temple, so instead they carved an idol of Lord Hiumahd in a sort of giant rock located in my grandfather's land. That same idol is still there today, and the priest and his group came and performed prawn pratistha, a ritual where the energy and consciousness of a god is invoked and placed into the idol, turning it into a living deity. After the ritual was, done, things calmed down significantly. The darker forces were suppressed, and some minor stuff still happens occasionally, but that insane level of paranormal activity stopped. Years passed. My grandfather got married to my grandmother, and they had kids. Life was peaceful, until one night, roughly 35 to 40 years ago. My nanny stepped out of the middle of the night to relieve herself. Back then, homes in rural India didn't have indoor toilets. She was doing her business near the edge of the forest when she suddenly heard a laugh, a disturbing non-human laugh. Then a woman's voice. "Should I come there? Should I?" "Okay, I'll come. I'm coming." Before the voice could finish, my nanny ran like hell back into the house. She didn't tell anyone about it because my nana, my grandfather, wasn't home. He worked far away and only visited once every few months, and that night she slept scared alone with the kids. By morning, she still had high fever. Nothing unusual showed up, but this intense fatigue, and she kept getting sicker day by day. My mom, who was the eldest kid in high school back then, ran around to call the local doctor, more of a local healer than a real doctor. They tried some meds and home remedies and nothing really worked, but by day 2 my mom wrote a letter to my Nana explaining the situation and asking him to return. It took him a week to reach home, and by that time Nanny was really sick and weak, and they took her to the hospital. Tried different medicines and tests, and nothing worked. Even after trying multiple doctors and spending a lot of money, no one could explain what was happening. And eventually, Nana decided to take Nani with him to the city where he worked, so he could care for her full time. But this created a problem. All the kids were left alone, and someone had to manage the house and the fields and, well, cattle. That's when my mom stepped up. She dropped out of school to handle everything. She was maybe 15 or 16, because farming was their only income and there's no other option. Months passed, Nanny's condition only got worse. She stopped eating and lost weight rapidly, couldn't get up and couldn't talk much. My Nana used to write letters, but also hid the seriousness of her condition from the kids. But word got around, and villagers who visited them in the city would come back and tell others how bad Nanny looked, how it seemed she wouldn't make it. That's when one acquaintance suggested to my Nana that this was not a medical issue, it was spiritual. He told him to go see a man who sat outside a very famous Hiumahd temple in the city, a well-known occultist. They did, and that man told my grandparents everything. But according to my Nanny, she hadn't told anybody about that forced encounter, not even my Nana, and had completely forgotten it until the priest brought it up. Like the memory had been wiped. He told her that the entity had heard that night had tried to reach her, but was stopped by Hiumahd himself, who had placed himself between her and the demon. He said the only reason you're still alive is because of him. He then gave Nanny a small packet of powder and told her to eat it immediately. Okay. Within minutes she started vomiting, but what came out wasn't normal. It was thick black tar-like vomit. She felt like 50 kilograms lighter and immediately regained strength, and on the way back home, while waiting for the bus, she told my Nana how hungry she was. She took her to a small stall nearby to get her curry rice, and she ate enough for 3 people after months that day. She recovered almost completely within a week, and they came back home soon after, and my mom rejoined college after taking a year's gap. That idol, the one carved on stone, is now enclosed in a proper temple that his villagers later built together through donations. Still stands there. People worship there daily. Stories of people from my family who saw the dead. This is the story of an encounter that happened with my mom's cousin's brother when he was young. If not wrong, he should still be around 45 now. And this incident happened right after he finished college, so about 23 years ago. My uncle wasn't very into academics, so barely after passing college, he started working as a bus conductor. He still works in transport and owns and drives his own bus now. And this happened during his early years in the job, when he was working for a long-distance bus service. One night after shift, he was dropped off at a nearby city bus stand that was closest to his village. And this village, by the way, has a rich and terrifying history of paranormal and occult. I've described that in detail in older posts. He was dropped at the station around 1:30 or 2 a.m., and normally he'd be sleeping on the bench of the station, wait for the next day's bus. But that night, he wasn't sleepy and decided to just walk home. It would take 2, maybe 2.5 hours on foot, and since there were only 2 buses to the village daily, both daytime, walking made sense. Being a local, he knew all the shortcuts. As he was descending into a valley area on one of these forest trails, he spotted somebody standing near the bottom, and when he got closer, he realized it was his elderly neighbor, a well-known tantric, a local occultist. This old man was known for coming into secluded places late night to dispose of the negative energy or spirits he removed from his clients. My uncle knew about him, and he wasn't really alarmed, and he was just greeting him warmly. The old man, though, was concerned. He asked my uncle why he was walking through the forest at that hour. Then, after telling him to do this again in the future, he said my uncle was lucky to find his company. And after some chit-chat, they decided to walk home together. The old man kept insisting that my uncle walk ahead of him, saying he had luggage in both hands and didn't want to slow him down. But my uncle refused, said the old man walked with a stick and was slow and would get left behind. And after some back and forth, the old man finally agreed and they went home, laughing and gossiping the whole way. Once they reached the village, my uncle's house came first. The old man's house was further down a small street. He asked my uncle to drop him further since there were still stray dogs around. But my uncle, just tired and carrying stuff, said he'd watch from a distance to make sure he reached safely. And he also pointed out the light in the man's house was still on, so his wife must be awake, waiting for him. The old man seemed to be a little bit unhappy, but said okay and walked on. My uncle stood and watched him enter the house boundary and then left. My mom's grandmother accidentally summoned a demon. This story has been in my family for generations and resulted in creation of a strict rule in my family. So, decades ago, my mother's maternal grandmother was newly married, really young, and lived in a village where almost every household had cattle. The villagers had a system where one man from each household would take all the village cattle to the forest to graze and bring them back before nightfall. My great-grandmother had a special bond with one of their newborn calves, a buffalo named Ranja. He was really attached to her too, and would follow her around like a puppy and respond to her calls. And when he was old enough, he went to the forest for the first time with the herd, but when the cattle returned that evening, Ranja was missing. My great-grandmother panicked and through her mother-in-law told her to wait for the men of the house to return. Well, she didn't listen, and the village went on a cliff overlooking a valley, and across the valley was a forest. She went to the cliff's edge and started loudly calling out, Ranja, come here," hoping the echo would reach the forest. After a few calls, she heard a response, Ranja's voice calling back from the forest. Though with each reply, his voice got louder and closer, and the pace was unnaturally fast, like it was jumping from the forest to the valley bottom to right near her. Then she looked down and saw something she would never forget, a buffalo-like creature standing upright like a human in the field below her, with eyes glowing red like headlights and breathing like it was furious. Let out a terrifying roar in Ranja's exact voice. She collapsed in fear. Just then her husband, father-in-law, and some villagers arrived with torches. They saw the same creature. That was before it jumped into the valley and vanished. Everyone was so shaken they didn't go into the forest that night. The next morning, a search party found Ranja's bloodied body near the grazing grounds. His head was missing. Ever since that night, our family had had a strict rule: never call anyone by name after dark, especially while shouting for them, because something else might hear you and come instead. They told us to stay away, but we didn't listen. At Paranormal M, we chase the unexplained. And what we've found will change the way you see the world. Subscribe now. A dream that stays forever. When I was 15, I had a dream that still comes across my mind 14 years later. I always felt lost, alone, and trapped, and hoping for some hidden message or special secret to manifest, to give my life meaning and validate my hope of, life being worthwhile. Abusive father and teenage hormones. dream starts with me riding a bike with 4 other randoms. We're in the middle of nowhere, in like the Midwest or something, and there's fields of corn or wheat, I don't know. The kids speed off, leaving me behind, and it's gone from sunset to evening now, and I'm lost. I see 2 classic cars, like lowriders with some cholos. I approached them, asking for directions, and there was a leader. He wore like a light purple zoot suit, and he just nodded his head at me upon my request for guidance. One of his subordinates came up behind me and kind of pushed me onto my knees, but I wasn't afraid, and I accepted what I knew was coming. I was shot in the back of my head or back, and I don't know. But there was a millisecond of a loud shot and faded black-gray into my vision. Now for a quick reference on the upcoming parts, I think of Kingdom Hearts with the emptiness and nothingness, the train station of brick and gas lamps and a bridge going over to the main tracks. Also, I never played Kingdom Hearts until I was an adult, so there's no way to blame it on playing video games. I woke up in a fog of sorts, faded as, well, my environment kind of came into focus. I was sitting on a metal bench with Victorian-style lamps, not the round ones, the ones that were square-like and lit manually. The building was a reddish-brown brick. The green iron railing tracing the footbridge crossing the tracks. I was inside of a train station essentially, but there were tracks that led in different directions. Each exit for the tracks, departing, was a different time of day, like night, afternoon, morning, and the weather varied. I walked around and explored, and I didn't see anyone else, I think, except maybe a little girl and a mom get on a train to leave. The parts after this are fragments, unfortunately. I get on one of these trains at some point, and I'm taken to a place that's all white. The building is a skyscraper, silver and white. The floor and walls are white, and the employees are pale white with bleached blonde white hair. They had gray eyes. This lady escorts me and assigns me to another, well, younger lady, but older than me, I think. I'm told that she used to watch over me, I think, and we go on numerous adventures and trials all in the blink of an eye. I lived multiple lifetimes with this person. Not as my mate, but as a companion or guardian or friend or somebody who was special to me in time. She changed in age, as in got older and younger at the same time. She's telling me that she must move on and let me go, and I'm crying as she holds my face and begging her not to leave me alone. She said you'll never be alone again. And the light is bright and it's foggy, and we're back at the same place I met her, it seems. She crosses over into the light, leaving me alone where I stood, but no longer sad or alone. There was a confidence and lack of doubt in what I was told, but I later woke up and I can remember almost everything about this dream. I cried later telling it because it was so real and reality-shaking. My Hatman situations. When I was in elementary school, I had a dream that my mom took me to get donuts before school. While at the donut shop in my dream, I asked her if I could also have a pack of gum. Before leaving, a tall, shadow-faced being in a long trench coat and a black fedora-ish hat put his palm out to me, demanding the gum without saying a word. I was immediately filled with dread and knew something bad would happen if I did not give it to him. So I did, and I woke up from the dream so scared. I had this feeling in my body telling me he was going to come in real life. Unfortunately, I had that exact pack of gum in my room from a recent trip to the store. I hid it in my play refrigerator, slept in my brother's room for over a week, and we both had bunk beds, so this wasn't really uncommon. Every day I would check the fridge to see if he took it, but it was always there, and I started sleeping in my room again. I never forgot that dream. While some slightly weird things did occur while growing up, I never specifically saw him again. Fast forward to college, about 8 years ago. I'm living in a house with 2 other girls. My favorite of the 3 knocked on my door one day. When I opened it, she asked me, "Who's in there with you?" I said, "No one," and she looked at me like I just told a lie and said, "Whatever," and walked away. I finished what I was doing in my room and came out to see what that interaction was all about. She made me swear I was alone in my room, but didn't believe me. We walked into my room together, and she starts looking around, checking my closet and checking outside the house. All but one of us had doors in our rooms that led outside. My door led to the back of the driveway. It was really easy for me to have guests without anybody knowing. Once she had her proof, I asked her why she thought I was lying. "When you opened the door, someone was behind you." I asked her what they looked like. She said they were tall and wearing a coat and a hat, but she couldn't see their face. My heart fell into my stomach. I didn't explain to her why, but I had this eerie feeling after that. Coincidentally, I watched that sleep documentary on Netflix a few weeks later. It's where they talk about the hatman. I had initially watched it due to my experience with sleep paralysis. I had never heard of other people describing the hatman before this. I couldn't believe it. I asked my roommate to come to my room and asked her, "Is this who you saw behind me?" Immediately, she said yeah. I didn't tell her about my experiences as a kid, but she learned about them when I shared all of this on my close friend on their Instagram earlier this year. I asked my mom if she remembers me ever being really freaked out by a dream when I was a kid. She told me yes. She said she didn't like the way I talked about the dream. She said I described the figure as a bad man, so she prayed over me. Christian household. Anyway, that's pretty much it. I lived like my whole life with this very tangible feeling of dread, but it left some time in college, I think. My dad and my brother both passed away while I was in college, sophomore year and then grad school. So part of me has always wondered if all of this was connected somehow. When we were kids, my brother told me he thought something really bad was going to happen to our family. We would take guesses as to who we thought would die first and how he would handle it, because he felt sure it would happen sooner rather than later. And he was right. It was him at 21 and my dad 3 years later. That's not a fun thing to take guesses about. Are others having, or have had, contact with shape-shifting, intelligent beings? Here's my experience. This is something I've never been able to fully explain. I'm posting here in hopes that somebody else has experienced something even remotely similar. I know how it sounds, but I was completely awake and this was not a dream. I'm 100% certain of that. It happened around March of this year, 2025. I'm sleeping in my room like any normal night, and I usually set an alarm for 8 a.m. And I'm a heavy sleeper, so I almost never wake up before that. But this day, I was suddenly and unusually awoken. No noise, no dream ending, just snapped awake. It was early, probably 6 or 7, judging by how bright it already was. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw an effing figure hovering above my legs. The fear hit me instantly, like a shockwave, and I just froze. The being didn't look like the cliché alien or monster. It wasn't really even scary in appearance. but the experience itself was so foreign and overwhelming that it basically paralyzed me. The best way I can describe it is, it had an hourglass-like shape, but the top part was small and the bottom part was wide, maybe 2 feet tall and 1 foot wide. It was floating about 3 or 4 feet above my bed, and it wasn't fully solid. It was morphing. It was like its skin was made of liquid or gel, constantly shifting in slow motion like it was suspended in zero gravity. After a few seconds, a single rectangular limb extended from the center of its mass, as if it were reaching toward me, and then it just vanished. The entire encounter lasted maybe 5 seconds, but it shook me to my core and I sat up in bed heart pounding, freaked out. But strangely, a few minutes later I started laughing. Not because it was funny, but because something had really shown itself to me. It felt surreal and unique, like I had witnessed something few people ever do. Then 2 days later it happened again. Same time of day, I guess you could call it the same sudden awakening. But this time it was different, at least the entity was different. Right in front of me was something I can only describe as a jellyfish-spider hybrid. It had multiple limbs or tentacles, and just like the first being, it was translucent, almost like it hadn't fully loaded into our reality yet. Once again, I froze. But before I could even process what I was seeing, it suddenly launched itself toward my face, and I flinched hard so violently I nearly hurt my neck. And this is the part that confirmed everything for me. When I moved, it hit my pillow instead. I could both hear and feel its limbs tapping against it. The sensation was clear and terrifying. It was like dozens of soft, rapid taps, almost like the feet of a large spider brushing against fabric. It wasn't violent, just precise and unmistakably real. The physicality of it gave me chills. And let's be clear, I was not dreaming. I know the difference. I was wide awake and I could move and see and think and feel everything with full clarity, just like any normal morning. That alone makes it even stranger. Why did they choose to show themselves to me at the very edge of waking instead of when I'd be fully lucid? So now I'm asking, has anybody else experienced fully waking contact with something intelligent, morphing, or non-human? Something that appears real, even physical, not a dream. I've had other experiences over the years, but these two stand out as the most tactile and visual and real. I've kept this to myself, but I'm starting to feel like I'm not the only one due to, the amount of encounters on social media I see. I realize this sounds completely made up, and I understand if you don't believe me. I'm just hoping that others find this and are motivated to share similar or any experiences of this nature that they've had. Haunted childhood in a Brazilian orphanage. Spirits, protection, and rituals. I want to share something deeply personal and disturbing that happened during my childhood. I grew up in an orphanage in Bauru, Brazil. I was there with many other children, some abandoned, some orphaned like me. The place wasn't just sad, it felt strange and heavy as if something unseen lived there with us. One night while I'm lying in bed in the dorm, I noticed something sitting on the window ledge. A doll. I was sure it hadn't been there before. In the dim light, I could barely make it out, but its shape unsettled me. I got up step by step, feeling a growing tightness in my chest. The closer I got, the more terrified I became, till it was about maybe a meter away from me. Suddenly, the doll's head turned sharply toward me. I screamed and ran as fast as I could to find one of the nuns who looked after us. I was crying and terrified, and she came with me to the dorm. But when we looked, the doll was gone. There was nothing on the ledge. And that wasn't the only strange thing that happened. One night I went to sleep in the dorm with the other kids, but I woke up alone in a completely different room. No idea how I got there. Doors opened and closed on their own, and shadows moved, and the atmosphere was always tense. We used to hear stories whispered by the older kids that the orphanage had been built on an old indigenous burial ground, that the spirits were angry, and that they were trying to scare us away or worse. One boy, just 6 years old, died after swallowing powdered laundry detergent. Yikes. Maybe he thought it was candy because of the smell, but I've always wondered if something, did something to him, or forced him to do it. Something dark and unseen. And yet, not everything I felt was evil. Sometimes in the middle of the fear, I would feel a gentle presence, warm and familiar, like somebody was watching over me and calming me. Once or twice, I felt something like a hand on my forehead, invisible, but it felt real. I've always believed it was my parents' spirits. Never really knew them, but that feeling, it felt like love, like they were trying to protect me from the darkness around me. What made things even more intense was what happened outside of the orphanage. Right across the street, there were Afro-Brazilian spirit rituals being performed. I didn't understand what they were at the time, possibly Umbanda or Candomblé. There were people dancing and chanting, lighting candles, and sometimes becoming possessed by spirits. And as a child already surrounded by fear, these rituals terrified me. The drums, the voices, the way the people moved. It all felt overwhelming, otherworldly. And looking back, I realized they may not have been evil at all. Maybe they're trying to communicate with spirits or cleanse the area, maybe even protect it. But to me back then, it felt like I was surrounded by something powerful, both good and bad. The orphanage was alive with invisible force. Some trying to harm, others trying to help, and I was just a scared child caught in the middle. To this day, I still don't fully understand what I experienced. Was it trauma, or was it real contact with the spiritual world, or something in between? If anybody here has had, any sort of similar experience, especially involving orphanages or childhood hauntings or spirit rituals, I truly appreciate your insights. Why are things disappearing? Hi all, I've lurked here for a while, but never thought I'd actually post something. I always thought the stories were fascinating, but I'm a pretty rational, logical person. Not religious, not spiritual, and don't really believe in ghosts or anything like that. But something really strange is going on in my flat. I genuinely can't explain it. I live alone in a small flat in the UK. Nothing fancy, and I work from home, and I'm tidy. I know where my things are, and I don't have people coming in and out of the place. But ever since I moved in, there's been this odd, weird thing, I guess. Towels or clothes I've hung up to dry randomly ending up in different spots. Little things. I joked about it with my girlfriend who doesn't live with me, and we'd just say, "Oh, it's the ghost again," when something went missing or moved, and it was always a laugh. But recently, something happened that I just can't laugh off. Every single one of my teaspoons, and it had 6 or 7, is gone. I discovered this a couple of weeks ago, and I went to make a cup of tea, and I couldn't find a single one. I've checked everywhere. I've turned the flat upside down, drawers, cupboards, under furniture, the bin, even places they'd never logically be. Nothing. It's like they were never there. And here's the thing, I never take teaspoons outside. I don't bring food or tea with me, and I live alone. No one's coming in and stealing just teaspoons. There's no evidence of a break-in and nothing else is missing. It's just gone. And this isn't the first time something's disappeared without an explanation, but this is the most specific and baffling one. I know it sounds trivial. Ooh, a ghost stole your spoons. But seriously, I'm struggling to find any rational explanation. Has anyone else experienced this sort of thing? Small, specific items, vanishing with no logical cause. Is there any paranormal explanation with this kind of behavior? Like I said, I don't believe in the supernatural, but I also can't really explain what's going on. Starting to feel like something genuinely weird is happening here. Would appreciate any insight, or even just hearing if anybody else has experienced anything similar. Cheers. Hunting story. When I was 13, I got my first deer at one of my old hunting camps. The camp is located in central Pennsylvania and was built by my great-grandfather in the 70s. He passed away in 2018. I went up there every year for things like hunting deer and squirrel and turkey. My family would also all go up there in the summer, just for recreational activities. It would just be a few people when it was hunting related, so on this trip it was my dad, my uncle, and cousin, who's 3 years older than I. I never really enjoyed hunting until the year prior, and this year I was determined to shoot any deer I saw. On the first day at 9:09 a.m. I shot my deer. It was about 15 feet away from me, but I was using a 30-06 with iron sights, so it was actually a good thing. They waited for half an hour to go find it, and my dad guts it, and we take it out of the woods and near a cabin. The place is decently secluded. There are people a few miles away, so it wasn't terrible. I go back out in the afternoon, and I see nothing. So everybody is done for the day, and myself, cousin, and uncle, we all got a doe. After dropping the deer off to be processed, we prepared for bed, and my uncle and I slept on the couches in the living room. My dad and cousin slept in 2 separate bedrooms. To paint a picture, the main door to get into the cabin opens up into a small kitchen area. It's where there's a wide table that essentially separates the 2 rooms. I was sleeping on the couches, just facing directly away from the door. My uncle was perpendicular with it. The hallway that leads to the bathroom on the left and 2 bedrooms on either side is to my left. The gun rack is also a few yards behind me. I awoke at what I think was 2 a.m. because I didn't want to check my phone. What awoke me was the sound of the wooden door opening in the main entrance. Usually you have to get through this like a very loud screen door before you enter through that door. My uncle was still sleeping, so I assumed it was my dad or cousin going outside to pee. We had to use the bathroom outside because the pipes have to be emptied in the winter if they get burst. I hear footsteps coming around the table and stopping a few yards behind my head. I know this wasn't sleep paralysis because I inchwormed my way into the armrest of the couch, turned my head around to see who it was. And what I saw was probably the most terrifying thing I've seen in my life so far. I could clearly see it tall, like over 7 feet. It was completely black, and it was wearing a white puffer coat. There's no other distinguishable features. I turned around and my heart was no longer beating. It was more closely resembling a constant sound because of how fast it was beating. I also noticed that during this time, my uncle, who's a really bad snorer, was completely devoid of any noise. I laid there debating if I should run into my dad's room and grab my knife or make a dash for the gun rack. I thought that this thing was an intruder. Eventually heard footsteps retreat back into the hallway, presumably going into one of the bedrooms, but I couldn't tell. 5 minutes after I checked my phone, I saw that it was 2:29 a.m. My uncle began to snore normally again. When he woke up to stoke the fire, I finally gave safe again and fell asleep. I woke up around 4:45 the next day. All my family was awake and eating breakfast, and I brought it up to them, and nobody seemed to have any problems that night. I still don't know what happened, but I do know it was real. I really do not know what I saw that night. I don't exactly have paranormal stuff happen to me a lot at times, but this one incident that happened to me made me believe in spirits. So this one particular day I was really sick, like I had vomited and had a fever as well. So my mom asked me to take rest in my room. She was watching something on her phone in the other room and my sister was with her. It was winter, so I had closed the glass windows of my room. And just to give you the layout of my room, when you enter my room, my bed's situated toward the right side, and just above the bed are the windows. The windows are connected to this long balcony that we have. Okay, so I was resting, and I was feeling nauseous. I was really exhausted. I was just trying to fall asleep, but then I heard knocks on the glass window behind me. I was annoyed because I thought it was my sister, and she had this habit of coming to that part of the balcony and annoying me by knocking there. So without looking, I just loudly said, "Don't do that, I'm sick." But no reply. I heard a knock. Since my body was aching, I shouted for my mother. "Can you ask her not to knock on my window? I'm trying to rest." But then I heard my sister's faint voice from the other room saying, "What is she talking about?" Then my mom replied to me, "She's watching YouTube with me. You must have heard something else." The only thing that came to my mind was, wait, what? And I looked behind, and there was this shadow figure and this mist, but it was visible too. It was very tall, and its upper body was a blur. I ran out screaming, "Mom, there's someone in our balcony," because at that moment, I didn't think it was a non-human thing. I thought somebody had climbed up and was at the window. My mom ran toward the balcony and I was screaming, "No, don't go back there, he might have weapons." But she still did. She came back after a while and said that she saw no one in her balcony. She even checked the ground to see if somebody had jumped up there, and there was no one. And I was crying. I was absolutely shaken because I couldn't figure out if the thing I saw was real or not. My brother said maybe I was having sleep paralysis. But I know I was up and I could perfectly move my body, and I still really don't know what I saw that day. But nothing like that has happened even after that. House E13. My dad told us the house we lived in 15 years ago was haunted. Being a cop, well, a cop's kid in India, it comes with a fair share of creepy and scary incidents and stories. But what my dad told us a few months ago made me question my memories of our childhood home. Me and my siblings like to listen to our dad's anecdotes, how he solved impossible murders and the usual cop stories. But what he told us this one night, it was different. Might have had a drink or two after dinner, but nothing unusual. As we sat in our living space, we were questioning him about some case he'd solved several years ago. He was posted as an inspector in charge, like equivalent to a precinct captain in the U.S. It was of a national park region, and cops in India get transferred from one area to another quite frequently. Most decide to move without their families, but my father preferred to keep his family close. Well, that's weird. About 15 years ago, he was transferred to a national park, and we also moved there with him. That's the most of what I remember, given that I was only 6. I only have happy memories of the place, and me and my siblings played in the garden with our dog, us going on safaris, and my time at the local school. Anyways, that night out of the blue, his tone became a little serious as he talked about the house we lived in. I remember it being like any other government-allotted residence in India. The gardens are larger than the house itself, but the space was more than enough for a family and her dog. He reminded my mom how he moved a few weeks earlier than us to make sure the place is clean and renovated. It was next to a jungle. But when he reached there, he was shocked at the sight of the place. The previous inspector chose not to live in the residence for some reason, and the place was not maintained. He described the place in grave detail. 7-foot-tall shrubs covered the entrance and the front garden. The small pathway to the front door looked like a cave. There were vines everywhere, and God, the rats were the size of small cats. Intrigued, we pressed him to give us everything that he knew about it. No, you won't be able to sleep tonight if I did. But we were not backing away now. We had a feeling he was making all this up, but we were hooked and we wanted to know more. The house number was 13. Nobody wanted to take it. My junior officers told me not to move into that place. But my ego was too big, and honestly, I don't believe in ghosts myself. I remember getting a new nameplate for our house. We lived in Lane E, so originally the house was E13. My dad got it changed to E12A. I did think it was a little bit strange, but didn't give it much thought as a kid. I got the place renovated and cleaned up, and it took a couple of weeks. 2 days before you were about to arrive, I decided to sleep in the house. The police barracks were definitely not for me. He continued. My driver and my assistant didn't want me to stay alone, but they didn't want to stay in the house either. And after a long conversation with them, they agreed to let me sleep in the house only if I let them sleep in the patrol car outside. I was confused and honestly a little bit pissed off, but whatever helped me get a good night's sleep in my own bed. He paused again. He was trying to kind of talk us out of this little storytelling session, but we weren't budging. Whatever. Just don't come running into our room tonight if you have a nightmare. He continued hesitantly. I moved my stuff into the house that afternoon, and I noticed that they had placed the bed in what should have been the living room. When I asked them to move the bed into another room separated from the front door, they straight up denied. That was the last straw. I told them that they have to do it, or I'll do it myself, because this is my residence now. And they eventually complied. He took another sip of his whiskey. In the evening, the movers left and I decided to go and check in at the station before calling it a day. Something came up at the station, so I asked a constable to go and switch on the lights of the house. It was like 50 meters away from the station. 2 hours went by and he didn't come back. We decided to go back and check on him. My mom was not enjoying this conversation at all. Why didn't you tell me this before? She scolded him mockingly. Didn't think much of it, honestly. At this point, we couldn't tell if he was just joking or if it was true, but we didn't care. Yeah, so we found him passed out in the lobby, but he was a little old, so we thought maybe the heat got to him. He was taken by a doctor, but my assistant and driver were acting weirdly. They did not seem happy, and asked me to sleep at the barracks again, and like the last time, I refused. He took a breath and continued. After nightfall, I got ready to go to bed, but something seemed a little bit off. Living close to national parks is spooky enough, but this was different. I brushed it off and laid down in the bed, but a few minutes later, as I stared into the ceiling, I noticed something. The fan. One of its blades was slightly bent. Not something you'd spot straight away, but like a scoop, as if something pulled it downward. A lot of strange scenarios played in my mind as to what could have caused it, but The house was abandoned for years, so I figured it could have been a vine or a shrub or something. I did eventually fall asleep. "Don't tell me somebody hung themselves from that fan," I said, half disgusted and half excited. "Something like that." He smiled. My mom was not impressed, though. "I lived in that house alone with the kids for weeks at a time, and you didn't bother to tell me somebody killed themselves in the house." "What you don't know can't hurt you, can it?" he replied smugly. So the next day I decided to ask the two idiots why they want to spend the night in the patrol car and not at their homes. They were a little bit tight-lipped initially, but eventually the history of the house was revealed to me. About 5 years before we moved in, a family lived in the residence. A man, his wife, and her sister. One sister hung herself in the bedroom, the other burnt herself in the kitchen, and after that nobody wanted to live in the house. As ghost story buffs, me and my siblings were enjoying every bit of this. I was a little uncomfortable learning all of this, but as a cop, I had seen much worse, and I decided I was going to prove that the house is not haunted. And if a family with young kids could have stayed there, anybody could. "God, I can't believe this. You're ready to put your kids in danger for the sake of your reputation," my mom retorted. But to be honest, she was herself quite intrigued by this. "What danger? Ghosts? You don't believe that." "And the house was amazing, perfect for our kids, and had a great time there," he replied. "So what happened next?" my sister asked. "Well, this was the day before you were set to arrive. I decided to sleep alone in the house again. Nothing happened the previous night, so it was okay. I went to bed a little bit early, and the house was hectic, but around midnight I woke to the sound of faint sobs, almost sing-songy, like a woman was crying but singing at the same time. I decided to check it out, and I peeped outside through the front window, and my aides were fast asleep in the patrol car. But the sound was coming somewhere from the back, near the kitchen. I walked through the living room to the lobby as the voice grew louder. Eventually, I stood outside the kitchen, and I made sure to turn on all the lights in the rest of the house while walking toward the kitchen. I looked around in the kitchen, and there was nothing, but I could still hear the voice, and it was close. I looked at my mom. "Do you remember a small pantry we always kept closed?" "Yeah, the pantry you asked to keep closed, I remember," she replied. I leaned around the doorframe and peeped into it, and, well, I saw something below the slab. I don't know how to describe it, but it was a figure, a half-burnt woman crouched into a tight space, and she was sobbing. He paused for a moment. We were all silent as well. It was for a split second. I didn't even realize what I saw until I turned my eyes back into the kitchen. I spun around immediately, and it was still there, and this figure, her flesh was burnt red, black, and shades of purple. Her hair was fried, and her head shifted, and her hollow eyes looked straight at me. "All right, you got us. Ooh, we're scared," my brother mocked. "You know I don't lie. Plus, you were the ones who wanted to know," Dad replied. "So what did you do next?" I asked. "I went numb, quite frankly. I walked back to the bedroom and fell asleep. Left the lights on, didn't do anything," and he shrugged. "What? You saw a ghost and fell asleep?" "Yeah." "Maybe it was a dream because you had heard the story that day and your mind was playing games," I asserted. "Maybe." "Or maybe it was indeed a ghost," my sister countered. "Maybe." "You're lying." "I saw what I saw, and you can believe whatever you want. And by the way, the old man who lived in the house opposite to us was killed by his son for money a few years after we moved out. He said something compelled them to do it, and he might have been lying to protect himself, I don't know. We still couldn't tell if he was lying. Wow, that's crazy. Did you see something again while we were there with you?" I asked. "Yeah, I heard the sobbing again a few times. I didn't react or wake up and eventually got used to it. shadows here and there. The house help refused to stay with you in the house overnight whenever I was away on operations. Maybe she sent something too. That's why I got Buddy. Someone suggested I get a black dog to ward off the spirits. A dog with 3 small kids was difficult to handle, but it was necessary. I looked back at Mom, and she was a little bit pissed, but not enough. You seriously had no idea about this? I did, she replied. Do you remember Monica? The neighbor who tutored you in the evening? Months after we moved out, she called me and told me everything. Your dad asked them not to tell us anything because it could have spooked me out. She looked at Dad accusingly. Worked out well, didn't it? I hated when he's smug. Of course, I'm pretty sure these kids were enough to spook the ghosts out themselves. Now I'm done with this ghost talk, I'm going to go to sleep. Mom walked out of the bedroom. Anything else you want to tell us? My sister asked. Yeah. Remember the house we lived in during quarantine? Well, an inspector died in the kitchen due to cardiac arrest in 2018, I think. He took the last sip of his drink and walked away. Ugh. We all grunted almost in unison. So that was the craziest story my dad's ever told us. I believe him, and I don't know if what he experienced was real. But I do know that his experience was something. He later asked Dad if the house still exists, and we wanted to visit it, but we found out that the house was demolished. It was unstable after years of abandonment. The current inspector also told us that Dad's successor decided to move in. Apparently, he came running out of the house during one of his nights and never went back in there. Which is kind of funny, but I also feel bad for him. Nobody wanted to stay there, and I went on Google Maps and found House E13. I'll attach the pictures. Back when I was a kid, I saw a ghost in my room. One night, back when I was a kid, I woke up to the sound of heavy breathing. So I rolled over in my bed, and the first thing I saw, a woman staring right at me, looking horrified and breathing incredibly heavily. I still remember her dark hair and blue eyes. No matter how hard I tried, she just wouldn't go away. She didn't move either. So eventually I just fell asleep. The next night she appeared again, but slightly faded this time. Once again I got scared, but I still wanted to know what was going on. So I tried to ask her what she was doing there, but all she did was just blink at me. Not normal blinking. That would have been alright. If it weren't for the fact that the whole time that I had been seeing her so far, she hadn't once blinked. Up until I asked her what she was doing there. Irritated, I decided to try and figure out if maybe it was just a random homeless woman who had broken in somehow. So I went to put my hand on her shoulder. My hand then proceeded to go straight through her and hit the wall. The fucking wall. So of course, by this point, all I could think about was how I really hoped that the ghost woman wasn't just biding her time, so she could eventually possess me. Otherwise, I was probably going to end up as the main character in the latest supernatural horror film, with my parents being interviewed about my being possessed or something, right at the very end. Eventually, I became so afraid that I just decided to roll over and try to fall back asleep again. Now, the night after that, I saw the ghost woman once again, but this time she was significantly more faded away than before. And by that point, I was so irritated about this being haunted that I just decided to ignore her. Went right back to sleep. And thankfully, I haven't even seen a glimpse of her since then. And by the way, I was only 9 years old at the time, so you could probably imagine the absolute midlife crisis that the entire situation gave me every time that I had to wake up in order to go to school. Seriously though, at the time, I had even started to contemplate whether or not to ask my parents if perhaps they could call a priest. Midlife crisis at 9. Damn. party that never was. I've only ever had one experience happen to me, though my mother tells me that she and my uncle used to live in a haunted house when she was younger. My uncle would be taunted by eyes watching him from the darkness in his bedroom. When I was in my late teens, my grandfather lived on his own, and because he was in bad health, I stayed with him and slept on his couch. We'd walk to college in the morning or get the bus if he gave me money to get a weekly ticket, which he almost always did. One night he was away and I was alone in his place, and I was woken up by noise upstairs. It wasn't malevolent noise, but rather like a gathering of people that were having a party. It went on for about 15 minutes, and the noise got louder as more people joined the party. It became such that I was looking up at the ceiling from the couch into an empty home, listening to what seemed like 100 people loudly having some sort of a ball above me. They were laughing and joking, stamping on the ceiling and moving tables, with the muffled sounds of their talking coming down through the roof. After about 15 minutes of it, I was too creeped out to sleep, so I got up, got dressed, and walked out of there, straight to my uncle's house, 10 minutes away. He was surprised to see me at his door at the crack of dawn, but obviously welcomed me in. The problem was, my grandfather lived in a bungalow, and there was no upstairs. Living in a haunted house that wasn't always haunted. During a good portion of my teens, the house I used to live in was haunted. Not by one, but several different entities, and not all of them were nice. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that our houses in Ealing in London had a long history with people dying in the home and not wanting to move to the other side. Yet, this was not the case. As far as I know, nobody who lived in that house ever died there. Instead, the entities can be said to have been invited in. This was done by my brother, who was only a few years older. I thought it would be fun to dabble with the Ouija board, and of course this was done in private, away from the eyes of myself or my parents. During the time it was haunted, small things like keys and TV remote controls would all go missing, only to return to a place where they were not really only obvious to see, but in a place they shouldn't be. For example, TV control would disappear from the front room, only to appear upstairs in the middle of one of the beds. No way, none of us would have moved it up there. And on top of this, there'd be areas around the house where the temperature would suddenly drop. And I don't mean like the temperature in the whole room would suddenly feel colder. I mean like one small corner of the room. Weirder still, the location where the temperature was colder would remain fixed for periods at a time. So it certainly wasn't a brief one-off phenomenon. My mom seemed to have more paranormal encounters in that house than I did. After a few years of this, she called in a psychic to communicate and remove any ghosts. Apparently, there were 4 entities in the house. 3 were good-natured, but somehow remained trapped by the 4th one. This one being a nasty, aggressive man who enjoyed causing mischief. During the time the psychic was at her house, she managed to free the 3 harmless entities who purportedly went happily into the light. The 4th one, the nasty man, obviously was not happy with this. Yet after some struggle between the psychic and this final entity, it was expelled from the house. Literally, the next day the energy in that house returned to a more positive one. Not sure if this is what you mean by a ghostly encounter, but it is the truest one that I have. A friend's paranormal experience. A good friend of mine had a paranormal experience a number of years ago. He was driving back home late at night along the country lane. Like me, he lives in the UK. Anyhow, as he's driving along, he saw up ahead in his headlights what looked to be a teenage girl dressed in 1980s clothing. She was sitting by the side of the road, curled up into a ball with her head in her arms. As my friend approached, he mentioned how he got a feeling of despair and depression washing over him. Parts of him was naturally concerned as to why this girl was out in the middle of nowhere at this time of night. Yet the really weird thing was to happen as his car approached alongside her, for she seemed to just fade away, like disappearing into the surroundings. It was at this point my friend says he noticed another weird thing. Just a few feet behind her, where this ghostly girl was, there seemed to just be a black void. Whilst he admits that it was dark somehow, and really anyways, because it was dark outside, this black void was exceptionally darker, so much so that it stood out. As he saw this void, the feeling of despair and depression quickly changed to a sense of fear and despair, like it was really dark and unpleasant, and he had the sense to get away as quickly as possible. A few moments later, and his vehicle had passed by where both this girl and the void thing were. Yet looking in his side mirror, he couldn't see either of them. Plucking up the courage a few hundred feet down the road, he turned the vehicle around and headed back, only to find neither the girl nor the void were there. He swears that at the time this happened, he was wide awake and never felt so concerned by the whole experience. Have any of you ever come across a haunting which has this black void, like formless blob shape he described? Love to hear your response if so. I saw my first ghost when I was just 11 years old. Since I was born, I've lived in a house where strange things happen. It's a house over 100 years old, one that was hit by a bomb during the Spanish Civil War, and where people have been born and have died, all from my family. I'm somebody who strongly believes in the paranormal, also because I've experienced it since I was little, from clocks that start ticking on their own at night without being wound, all the way to footsteps and noises and children's laughter and even visual encounters like the one I'm about to share. When I was around 11, I used to sleep with my little brother in a very small bedroom. It had a trundle bed. It was near my parents' room. After our bedroom, there's a long and rather narrow hallway that leads to the kitchen, interrupted only by what is now my bedroom. As a child, I was terrified of that room and the hallway in general, partly because the kitchen door is a swinging door with a glass pane that reflects light and shadows in the hallway when the air current's moving. One night, my brother couldn't sleep because he suffers from insomnia, so he called my dad to come sleep with us. My dad lay down on the lower bed with him, while I slept alone on the top one, and in the middle of the night, I started to clearly hear footsteps coming down the hallway from the kitchen. I stayed very still listening because I didn't recognize those footsteps as anyone from the family. But I didn't get scared either, thinking it was probably my brother coming back from getting water in the kitchen. And just as I was about to turn over, I saw a woman with black curly hair wearing a white nightgown walk by. She was much taller than my mother. But since she headed toward her bedroom, I didn't feel anything bad or scary. I assumed I had misjudged her height because of the darkness. The next morning, nobody mentioned anything until lunchtime, when my mother asked why my father had slept with us. We explained that as usual, my brother couldn't sleep, and that's when she said, "And if Dad was already with you, why did he come to my room?" I froze and told her what I had seen, and both my brother and my father said they had seen exactly the same thing. They thought it was my mother. She replied she hadn't seen anything, just heard somebody open her door to check if she was awake. And then they didn't close it again, so she assumed it was my brother. The good part is that no one of us felt afraid, not like the other times. The Man with the Top Hat. It's not something that usually scares me, since I'm more than used to it. However, sometimes I remember certain stories that have happened to me or to relatives. I even find it hard to go to the bathroom alone. One night we're having dinner on the terrace. I live in a penthouse. My cousin and her husband, Ivan, were there, and he was very playful and loved scary stories. Sometimes he would set the wall clock in our hallway to scare us. Ivan had cancer, and he would later die from it. And at the time, we believed he was cured after an operation, and apparently was not receiving it, nor had he received any medication. The thing is we were talking about 1,000 things, and suddenly he looked toward the hallway and turned pale. His face changed completely. I'd never seen him react like that. I asked him what was wrong, almost hysterical, thinking he had seen a wasp. I'm terrified of them, and in summer there's quite a few in my terrace. Although at night they usually go away. He answered that he had seen a man with a top hat and a suit cross from my brother's room to the bathroom. We made him swear more than 10 times that it wasn't another one of his jokes. He described the man in detail. My father also turned pale when he recognized him as his grandfather, the original owner of the house. Ivan swore until the day he died that he hadn't lied to us. Shortly before he died, when his cancer was already very advanced and he was receiving palliative care, he said that while resting in the guest room at my aunt's house, a woman dressed in black with dark hair and a kind face, and very large gold earrings, sat in the bed and tried to talk to him. But since he was already very sick, he told her he couldn't speak to her because he was too weak, too exhausted. She replied that she knew, and that was why she was there, and told him to ask her anything he wanted. Ivan was stunned and replied that he didn't know, and asked if he could think about it. She said yeah, and that she would come back the next day, but she never returned. He told me that day that he knew he didn't have much time left, because those beings were starting to come to comfort him. My cousin says it was a hallucination caused by the morphine, but I don't know what to believe. Has anybody else had a story like this? The Man of the House. Real experience. Now that he's gone, I can say I never thought I would miss, living in a haunted house. To be perfectly cliché, it all began one assuming October evening. I was carving pumpkins with my mother and had set the top of mine back on the counter with mindful precision to prevent it from rolling into the floor. I set off to the sink to rinse my hands, and as soon as I did, I heard like a loud thud from behind me. The pumpkin top was no longer where I'd left it. It was now sitting smugly on the floor in front of the refrigerator. According to my mother's report, the second I turned my back to it, the top of the pumpkin skidded across the counter on its own and slammed forcefully against the refrigerator door. That's the night we met Clark. Clark was a private sort of spirit. My mother and I never felt threatened by him, but he didn't care much for us making his presence known. We talked about recent episodes with friends and family, but mostly excitedly relaying them between ourselves. And after years of learning to live with him and his quirks, I headed to the library one afternoon to find a slice of solace. By pure serendipity, I met a friend of a friend amongst the stacks who invited me to her first meeting of her local paranormal investigation team. All I had to do was accept and just pop on into study room number 2 in a few minutes. Excitedly, I began to tell her when I'd actually lived down the road with an active spirit. His name is, just a second, I need to step out. I blanked. Distressed by the sudden amnesia, my face began to heat to boiling as I threw on my coat, pushed in the chair, and rushed past the help desk, down the stairs and out the front door. All the while, I tried over and over to remember his name. And as the cool winter air hit my face, my memory returned in an instant. Clark, his name is Clark. I didn't go to the meeting, and I never called the acquaintance. I didn't feel stifled by Clark's possessiveness, but rather protected. One day, I had to be driven to work because despite turning the house upside down, my keys could not be found anywhere. Eventually, they were located in the further corner of the hall closet on the floor. Perhaps Clark knew something that we didn't and was keeping me safe from an untimely fate. Once, when I was reading a book of ghost stories, right next to my head I heard what sounded like fingernails dancing along the wall almost playfully. I wasn't scared, I just smiled to myself and continued reading. Everything was fine, until the altar incident. I was practicing witch, or I was a practicing witch at the time, and had a spread of small candles laid out as part of an ongoing ritual. I came home one day to find one of them not only out of place, but teetering on the very edge of the table I kept them on. Around the same time, I came home to find a Hello Kitty doll lying in the middle of my altar, like some perverse sacrifice or glaring mockery of my practice. These incidents made me feel uneasy, and they felt invasive and bordering on malicious. Clark no longer felt like a friend, if it even was Clark. Enter Diane. I had started exchanging emails with the local medium. Given that these events were occurring in rural Maine town in mid-2010s, she may have been the only one. Diane agreed to come visit our apartment to tell us what she had sensed, and whether it warranted a return visit for a proper investigation with the bells and whistles. She described a hunched-over elderly woman with a tight knot of hair on the top of her head. My mother and I exchanged a look, and Diane, of course, was describing Bees, the former landowner. They had lived on the ground floor apartment and who had passed away a few years ago. We were taken aback by this assessment because we were so confident it was always her husband Clark that we were contending with. Diane continued to make her way through the house as we exchanged stories for insight. Nothing really stands out from the visit as I look back, except one occurrence after Diane's departure. The toilet seat was up and neither of us had used the bathroom since Diane had arrived. It was just the two of us in the house. To us, the message was clear. I'm not Bess. So our spirit was a man. What made us so certain it was Clark in particular? A very easy question to answer. Shortly before the inaugural incident in October, the attic space in the adjacent apartment began intensive renovations. The attic space belonged to the ground floor apartment where Bess had lived. Oh, I thought they called her Bees. Bess makes more sense. It's where she used to live with Clark, and the attic space is also where Clark killed himself. And I've always been rather skeptical of anything that can't be proven, so the theory that ghosts will act out when the physical space they spent their last moments in is disturbed was nothing more than just that to me. A theory. In this case, it makes sense. A man of staunch Catholic faith when he was living. It's understandable that he would do things like smack pumpkin tops off tables and place toys into pagan altars. Once we even watched as a stack of books toppled themselves off the coffee table. Amongst those that went flying was one about ghosts, one about aliens. But the one that remained perfectly placed was one called Conversations with God. Clark's shenanigans continued to brighten the monotony of basically every day living, as having him around became pretty normal as a dirty dish in a sink, or floor that needed sweeping. The only thing that changed after Diane's visit was me telling him firmly and often that he was not to mess with my things. And to my relief, he stopped. Eventually we moved, but whenever I drive by that old converted farmhouse on New Bridgeton Road, I wonder whether the current residents enjoy their Halloween season. creepy things going on. As far as I know, nobody's died in our house. We moved in about 3.5 years ago. And the first night we were there, my husband said he kept hearing kids talking and laughing. I didn't hear anything, and he never heard it again. Everything was quiet for the most part. I sometimes would see things out of the corner of my eye or hear things, but nothing too weird that you can't write off as being tired or whatever. Things get misplaced a lot and show up in strange places or have just disappeared altogether. Lately, my 6-year-old has been having bad dreams and talking about a bunch of kids and a scary lady. I've let him sleep in our room for the last few nights because he was so scared, and many times during the night he'd jump up and say, "I can see the people again, they're all around us." I'm not sure what to make of it all this. He's wide awake and remembers it, so I don't think it's night terrors. Another thing I've noticed is some of our electric toys all of a sudden turn on. Not really sure I believe we have a ghost, and I'm more worried that my son has something wrong with his brain. I guess it could be a ghost, and we have my father-in-law's ashes in the house, but he's not the type to go scaring people. Has anyone experienced something like this before? Update. Also, my son said there was a bubble over him and he couldn't get out. He said he saw a scary lady with her body standing there and her head next to her floating in the air. Her face kept changing. She had some kind of light on her head that was moving back and forth. I think my grandma is visiting tonight. So like about half a year ago, November of 2024, my grandma had passed away, and it was a terrible time. She didn't have anywhere to go, and she even slept with me, for crying out loud. So this information has really gotten to me. Everyone I've heard talk about her was, apparently visited by her via a dream at night. And like I legit mean everybody except for me. Not even like a weird dream, like background character, nothing, I just never ever saw her. However, today as I was watching a YouTube video on my phone, when out of nowhere I heard my name called out from somewhere in her voice, I thought, hey, it's probably my brain playing tricks on me. So I reversed the video 10 seconds back to listen to the sounds very carefully if I could hear anything that would sound similar to that, and I heard absolutely nothing. After that, I brushed it off as me hearing things, and decided to finish watching the video and have a drink in the kitchen, go to sleep. However, when I went to the kitchen, I saw a weird light coming from the living room. When I went to check it out, it was an electronic candle that turned on next to a picture of Grandma. And I swear to God, like 2 hours ago, when I went into that bathroom, that candle was not on. But again, I could just be imagining stuff. I just walked out, drank my water, and now I'm sitting in my room with LED lights on very brightly because I'm actually kind of scared of this. As much as I smiled seeing the candle on, this stuff still scares me. So that's not me really getting any sleep tonight. But this might still be debunked because I'll ask my mom if she turned the candle on before going to sleep, and I just didn't notice at first. But this feels too weirdly convenient. So yeah, anyway, that's my story. Thanks for listening. See ya. Something has been watching. Not just us, but you too. At Paranormal M, the veil lifts, and the watchers are revealed. Subscribe and stare back into the dark. Pizza magic trick. Something paranormal was somehow a joke. This happened to me like 2 to 3 years ago. So I was 14 or 15. My parents had ordered a pizza for dinner. I'd love to go full-on details, but I can't remember if it was from Domino's or H&G. Local pizzeria, if you'll need it, I'll give the location. It wasn't the first time we ordered from any of those two. The delivery guy came and my stepmother paid and we left the pizza box under the TV on it. Sort of one of those tables that go under the TV. When we had the table ready, we proceeded to open the pizza box, which turned out to be empty. Naturally, my stepmother called the pizza place complaining about it, which was obviously a huge mistake from them. The thing is they told us the pizza was indeed there, and it had 100% been delivered. And the strangest thing of them all is we should check again, which is not a thing you'd say in this situation. Usually a pizza is a thing you can't mistake for the bottom of a box easily. After telling us that last sentence like 3 times, each one in an angrier tone, my stepmother opened the box again. The pizza was there. And to this day, I'm 100% that this wasn't a joke by my parents because I didn't leave the room, and I was looking at the TV the whole time. So, of course, looking at the same direction the pizza box was, and it also didn't have a double floor or something because the box was standard sized. My parents also started nervously laughing and saying the delivery guy must have done a magic trick. But we were not in a situation in which we felt comfortable enough to be making jokes. I've only told this story like twice to in real-life friends, and I still haven't gotten anything more than "you're lying and making it up." I swear I'm not. Someone or something on the roof. I think it was 1997. I was around 9 or 10 years old at the time, because I remember being in the 4th grade that time. Apologies for my English, it's not my first language. I'm from a poor country. My siblings and I grew up in a small island. Our parents usually aren't around as they worked abroad and only come home once a year. Your parents only come home once a year? We're usually left with our grandmother and a babysitter, and I won't make this long and get to the point. One night, when we were all sleeping, I suddenly got woken up by a loud thud in a roof, and the roof is made of metal sheets. Also, note that neighbors are not present at this time. Pretty much alone in that area, mostly trees surrounding our home. First thought it was one of our chickens. Usually our chicken flies on our roof if something startles them at night. And then as soon as I hear the next thud, I know it was something big, like at least human-sized. Also, I know the distinct sound of the chicken claws when they walk on the roof. You can clearly know it was a chicken. So by this time, I'm already terrified, and I was thinking at this time maybe somebody was trying to rob us. My first thought was to wake up everyone. So I looked down my bunk bed and was planning to go down when I saw my babysitter already standing beside my brother's bed, which was under me. I whispered, "Did you hear it as well?" And she replied, "Yeah, be quiet." Then I slowly went down and stand beside her. Our babysitter was a small lady, almost the same height as me when I was 10, thin, so the thought of somebody robbing us with just me and a small lady and an elderly woman and my 2 little brothers is terrifying. We were listening closely at the footsteps in the room, and in sounds like it was circling around the area where our room was. You can't see anything outside as well. It's pretty much pitch black. By this time, I was behind her when she decided to lean in front of the window to hear what it was. Well, more clearly, I guess. But suddenly, the footstep stops, and there was this stench, a rotting smell. Me and the babysitter look at each other and we're covering our noses, when suddenly, out of nowhere, something crashes to the window, made a loud bang. Thankfully, our window has like a metal sheet for mosquitoes, so nothing went inside. We both screamed, and the babysitter started to pray at this point. My brothers were woken up as well. I was hiding my sheets and crying, and the babysitter told us to sleep and then everything would be okay. She was visibly scared as well. She was crying too and followed up with a terrible sleep paralysis after about 3 or 4 hours. I think when I finally got tired and fell back to sleep, and, well, I'm 37 now, and I have 2 kids, and this experience still haunts me to this day. I always brought it, like, whenever me and my brother get together, I brought it up, I guess. And they remember it, but it seems it doesn't have much of an impact to them than myself. Grim Reaper. I don't even know what I saw. Let me just start by saying that I'm a man that believes in God and also the devil. And a few months ago, I was just SM*KING smacking at a spot that me and my friends go to. Alrighty then. We post up and kick it, and we even took a picture for our demo there. It's kind of a staple spot, you know. No, I don't know. Anyways, I'm there doing my thing, setting up the stuff, and all of a sudden I see what I thought was just a homeless man going up to the parking lot upstairs. Mind you, it's totally normal for people to go up these stairs. Some people work out or go to the mall, or teenagers go on dates, etc. I do a double take because this person was not any ordinary person. They had a wide frame, but super skinny. Really skeleton-like, honestly. But they had on like rugs of clothes, like a rug made into clothes, but no face. I cannot stress this enough. No face. It was just black, and he didn't even have a mask, just a hood that was pitch black. No shape of a head, nothing. Literally, pitch black. He walked up to the driver's side, front fender of my car, just started mimicking and throwing stuff over the edge of the parking lot. It looked like he was throwing breadcrumbs to pigeons over the edge of the 4th parking lot, but he had nothing in his hand, and at first I was frozen because I was trying to figure out what he was doing or what the hell was happening. Until I caught notice that it felt like he was telling me to jump off the edge. I got instantly spooked. I reversed my car and left. And every now and then I go back to that floor, but the complete opposite side because they closed that half. But I can't stop thinking, did they close that half because somebody else saw him? Or was this just a visit from some sort of a spirit? The more I think about it or try to talk about it, scary stuff happens. Or maybe I'm just paranoid. I know it's not the weed man. I know it's real, what I saw. The weed man. Humorous ghost story. That wasn't a ghost story. I had a good friend who lived in a local neighborhood of Victorian homes. Lots of ghost stories in the area, but she was not a believer. Until she saw something. She said she was just waking up, and she saw a smoky-looking shape near her bed. Another time she saw something similar in her living room. She recounted this at a get-together with me and my son. He was about 8 years old at the time. He became very excited and told her, "Miss Sue, you know what you have to do is you have to talk dirty to it." What? Stunned silence from the whole group, and she very kindly told him that she would consider it. Okay, and on the way home, I asked him what he meant by that. He said, "Yeah, talk dirty to it. Tell him you're bad and to go away." I explained that talking dirty meant something entirely differently than insults, and he looked very worried and said he hoped Miss Sue didn't actually talk dirty to the ghost. And later my friend found out that one of her medications could cause visual disturbances. As the doctor explained this, she was very relieved and then told the doctor what she would have done if it was an actual ghost. Thanks to 8-year-old Joey. Talk dirty to it. Why not? Man who built my house now spiritually occupies it. In my life, I have reluctantly had random occurrences of seeing and sensing and hearing from or dreaming about people who have died. It is jarring and unwelcome. I won't share every experience here, but will open up about my recent predicament that I'm seeking guidance on. We bought a lovely home from a couple that chose us for the property because of our environmental and farming values. The man built it by hand when he was in his 20s, now into their 70s. They had to move closer to services since his dementia was progressing. He died this February, and his wife and I had written to each other over the 5 years of living here. She invited us to the funeral so that way we could learn more about the incredible person who built her house. At the service, the wife told a story that she saw her husband from the living room a few days after his death, staring at her and looking at peace. It was very heartfelt and real to her. Recently, I have seen an occasional form in her home. I often confuse it with being my husband, and I have seen a cat here since we moved in. We joked that when this man died, he'd visit this home. Well, it's clearly now the case. Any guidance, well, I've always shut myself off when I feel or see a spirit. But this was a good man, and I don't particularly want to cohabitate, so how do I help him move on, knowing that we will continue to care for his home and land? I wanted to share this story with the community. Let me know what you think. Hello, I wanted to share a story about something I experienced nearly 25 years ago. An experience I still think about to this day. I don't write often, so I apologize in advance for any mistakes. A bit of background before the story. My parents divorced when I was around 4 or maybe 5 years old. Fortunately, both remarried happily, and I spent every other weekend with my dad, and one of the perks of having 2 families was getting to celebrate most holidays twice. This particular story takes place during my school's Christmas break. My dad was picking me up early on Christmas Day, after I'd opened gifts at my mom's house. So they were heading to my stepmother's parents' house in Sequim, Washington. The day started off normally. Good food, drinks, gifts, and nothing out of the ordinary. After presents were opened, I made my way downstairs to watch Little Giants on VHS. My grandparents, they had an old-style TV with a click knob that took me a little while to figure out how to use, and about halfway through that movie, I needed to use the restroom. And to get there, you had to walk down a long hallway that stretched the length of the house. There were 3 doors. On the left was a giant boiler room, and on the right a creepy, untouched bedroom, and straight ahead an outdated bathroom. I used the bathroom, washed my hands, and turned off the sink. And as I started heading back to the couch to finish my movie, I passed the boiler room, and suddenly I heard the sink turn on full blast behind me, and I froze and the air turned ice cold. I felt it creep up my back to the base of my skull. It felt like cold fingers were touching me. I couldn't move, and I physically could not turn around. It felt like something was behind me, something that wanted me to look. I started walking slowly back to the couch, refusing to turn my head. I sat down and pressed play on the VHS player, pretending the sink wasn't still running. few minutes passed, maybe 2 or 3, before I finally started to glance over my shoulder to see if it was safe. Eventually, I worked up the courage to go back into the bathroom. When I got inside, the sink was still blasting full force. Both the hot and cold handles were turned on to the max. Water was splashing out of the sink and all over the floor. I quickly grabbed a towel and started wiping up the mess around the sink. There was no way I would have left the sink on like that. I was probably 14 or 15 years old at the time and definitely knew better. And after turning everything off, I went upstairs to tell my dad what had happened, and he looked at me confused and didn't say anything about it again. I've been seeing a white figure once a year for 11 years, and I'm not the only one. Since I was 10 years old, I've been seeing the same white figure just once a year, always in June. She never stays long, just a few seconds, and I've seen her in different places, the home, in different apartments, and even on vacation. She follows me, not the location. The first time I saw her was the same day I opened one of those creepy chain emails. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it was because of that, but it freaks me out how the timing lined up exactly. And she's always the same. A white silhouette, no facial features, no clothes. No movement, just standing there still. I've never gotten an evil feeling from her, but the fact that this has been happening for 11 years is deeply unsettling. I've moved houses multiple times, and she's always just reappearing. One year I didn't see her, but my ex-boyfriend, who doesn't believe in anything paranormal, and who I never told about her, casually told me the next morning. I went to the bathroom, and in the middle of the night, it looked like there was this white figure sitting on top of you while you slept. He described her exactly as I see her, and I hadn't said a word to him about it. And now, this year, something changed. A few days ago, again in June, I didn't see her, but I heard her. I was on a video call with my boyfriend, and out of nowhere, we both heard this clear, sharp sobbing sound coming from the hallway, like a woman crying, just for a second. It was loud enough for him to hear it through the call. I've ruled out every rational explanation I could think of. There was nothing and no one there. And I've been trying to ignore it for years, but now that it's escalated to sound, I don't know what she wants. I don't know what I should do. If anyone's had a similar experience or knows what this could be, I'd really appreciate any thoughts or advice. I wrote the original post at 4 a.m. while shaking in my mom's bed, and no joke, I just couldn't sleep in my room that night. She always shows up whenever I sleep, and it's like she follows my bed, not my house. And I've moved 3 times, and every single time she appeared in a new bedroom, even on vacation. I have seen her in 2 different apartments by the sea. I expected more lighthearted theories, or maybe comforting comments, because honestly, she's never made me feel like I was in danger. Of course I get scared when she shows up. I mean, hello, it's a literal entity standing there. But it's never felt evil, just intense and mysterious. And I had forgotten to describe her in the original post. She basically looks like a floating tampon. What? More seriously, like a person standing still, completely covered by a white sheet. No facial features, no limbs showing, just there and watching. That is not what a tampon looks like, but alrighty then. What freaked me out yesterday wasn't just the sound we heard, it was the way my older cat suddenly ran away, and the second it happened, like my kitten kept chewing my foot like nothing was going on, and that contrast hit weirdly. And also, my little sister has seen her too. She saw her once on vacation, and ever since then she always closes the door to my room when we go to bed, and saying that she doesn't like the feeling it gives off. There's honestly way more to the story, but 11 years is a long time. I'll be writing for hours. Still really shaken up, and I guess I just hoped for answers that wouldn't leave me more scared than before. Also, sorry for the English, it's not my first language. I'm from Croatia, a small European country where people would probably just think I'm crazy for sharing this. I don't really have legit mediums or spiritual support around here. The church would probably laugh me out of the building. Had a weird experience. I'm looking for others' opinions on it. I've condensed down the following events from earlier today. It was over the span of like an hour or more, and I have screenshots of the word history from the app. I just gotta figure out how to add them. I've recently downloaded GhostTube after doing a tiny bit of research on the best ghost hunting app. I downloaded it for shits and giggles mostly, but was like kind of aware there could be something, so I tried to be mindful when using it. Anyways, I've only had the app for 3 days. It's a terrible app, by the way. Today I was busy at the shop, but I parked in a quiet area with no one around. Boredom got me, and I opened up the app. The first thing it said was sit with me. Jokingly, I say aloud I'm already sitting, and encourage anything there to make itself known to use the app to communicate. It says hammer, and I say something like, is that how you died? There was then currently silence for quite a bit until it said sit with me again, and as I was responding to it about how I already was seated again, I hear tapping. It's like it sounded like someone tapping on the inside of a car boot. This car is like 2 years old, and I was alone with no one around, no other cars. So I was scared. I messaged somebody close to me to calm down. I opened it up again a minute later and say, hag. Jokingly, I said, rude, that's no way to call a woman, and it went silent for a bit. Then it said, are you recording? Accidentally, I said yes, then said wait, and no it's not, and I can't because it wants me to pay for more space. Shortly after it said move quickly, so I did as it said and moved slightly, looking around to see if there's anything to move away from, and moved my arm quickly off the middle console of the car. It then said sword, went silent for a bit. I was saying something about not having a sword. It then says afterlife. I said yes. I think you're in the afterlife or some kind of limbo. I started to hear a bunch of random tapping in really fast tempos. It's coming from the same spot for about a minute, and I swear under my breath because, like, what the fuck? And then it says the grave, and I reply, don't think there's any graves here. Are you in a grave? The tapping stops, and there is like at least 9 to 14 taps. Then it said she will touch you, and I was thinking, what the fuck, and instantly had a weird feeling on my thigh and said loud and clear in a strong voice, do not touch me. You're not allowed to. And it stopped. Well, that's convenient. That creeped me the fuck out, and I left the app open, and 5 minutes later it said, I live here. And I said, cool, and something it's not allowed to come home or attach itself to me or anything near me, and it blurted out incorrect, and heard a couple of taps. So I say again, you're not allowed to come home with me. And then it says, why are you asking? To which I said, I'm not. It was silent for a bit before it said consciousness. I said, yes, you and I are conscious, and I have to go shortly after I told it bye. The weird tapping that I can't explain really spooked me as well as the touching thing. Haven't heard or seen anything since, and haven't had anything like that before. I'd really appreciate opinions or thoughts. That app has a bunch of preloaded phrases, so amongst a bunch of other red flags. So I don't have anything that is worthy of saying that doesn't make me sound bad. Moving on. Sleep paralysis and other experiences. Everyone I see has a color haze around them. I can only see it in my brain, not wholly with my eyes, if that makes sense. And I do not call them auras myself, although other people in my life do and love to hear what color I see them as. Some people's color, like my mom's, they're static, while others change between a few colors. My brain also associates letters, numbers, and words and months with a specific, usually static color as well. If anybody wants me to talk more about that, I'd be more than happy to, in the appropriate subreddit. That being said, I never see humans as black, white, or gray. That fact plays a very important role for me in, a few of these instances. Here are my experiences, in chronological order. 16 years old. I used to house or pet and babysit for some family friends. The house was super old, and I hated the feeling of being watched. I felt in that house from the day we helped them move in. The house was really old and made all the old house noises. The house alarm would go off in the middle of the night, as would the doors opening ding-ding that newer alarm systems do. My room and bathroom, for when I stayed there, was tucked in the back corner in the opposite side of the house from anything else. And I hated the feeling I got going back there. So I'd always sleep on the couch in the back living room, and only go back there to deal with cat feeding and litter box things. When you first walk in the house, to your right is the front of the living room, and then further right is the dining room. To your immediate left is an exposed staircase facing the front door leading up to a bonus room that was set up to be a playroom. Then, through a threshold at the back in the front living room led to the back living room, hallway to the master bed and bath and kids' bed and bath and kitchen, and hallway to my bed and bath. Once when I was babysitting the kids, a 5-year-old female and a 6-year-old male, we were playing hide and seek. I was laying on my back on the couch in the front living room counting. I heard the kids go upstairs to hide. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't physically move and breathing was almost impossible. Sitting on my chest was a girl about my size, 5'4", 90 pounds. Sitting crisscross applesauce on my chest, looking down, just at me, with long black stringy hair. I think The Grudge meets The Ring, only she was all black and misty and had no face. Then I heard the kids calling for me, and I started panicking. I couldn't move, and all I was thinking was, she's gonna kill them. She's going to kill them, and I'll have no explanation, because the demon is going to kill the kids. Then the kids started coming down the stairs to get me, and as soon as they got far enough down that I could see them, she vanished, and I could move and I could breathe again. I never let them be in a different room than me in that house ever again, and I never saw her again, but the feeling was always there, still, even well into my adulthood. 16 to 18 years old, after the girl, I started having bouts of sleep paralysis at home. It was throughout the rest of high school. They only happened if my closet doors were opened. The weird spring hinge foldy ones. The ones that you kind of have to close at the same time and open way too easily. Anyway, a man in a top hat hunched over because he's too tall to stand in my closet. Black and misty. Best I can describe him as a mixture of Slender Man and the Babadook, which I did not watch until years later and had a terrifying revelation the first time I did watch it. I would feel watched even with the doors closed, because the gaps were so big, but The paralysis only happened if the doors opened in the night. 19 years old. All through high school, I had this very controlling boyfriend I was head over heels in love with, and he was a year younger than me. And on track to be a Marine, I saw him all the way through that journey up to a nasty breakup. One of his biggest rules was, I'm going to be a Marine, and that means I'll be the best. The Marines aren't allowed to smoke pot, so that means you're not allowed to smoke pot. If I ever catch you smoking pot, I'll break up with you. Once again, head over heels, so once we broke up in college, I drove out to my best friend's apartment for the weekend to do all the things I was never allowed to do with him. A friend of a friend of a friend I didn't know. They brought over some pot, and quick side note, I had a small stint where I smoked cigarettes for said boyfriend, and found out that I get addicted to things very easily, and will only chain smoke. We sat in her bathroom and I smoked about maybe 1.5 bowls in less than 3 minutes. It wasn't hitting and I didn't know what I was doing. I'll go ahead and let you all know now. What I didn't find out much later is it was indeed not pot, but K2 black magic, and I tripped. I teleported to my friend's bathroom in her childhood home. I teleported to different colors, just floating in a fetal position surrounded by each color, one of which I still can't name or describe. She had this wall-sized tapestry of an owl, and it kept talking to me. So they moved me out into the living room while they played Goat Simulator. And there it was. This was a small apartment, so she had a vertical washer and dryer combo in the common space. My brain was sending out sonar to the whole room, and I could feel pretty much everything with my brain. The cabinets, the crown molding, the light fixtures, and then there he was. A man, a little bit over 6 feet tall, faceless, bald, and naked with an elongated head. Balled up into a fetal position over the washer and dryer, all black and misty. Just like the girl that, well, that's what she appeared as anyways. He never looked at me, but he knew I was in there, and he knew I could see him. I just watched him until I passed out. I told my friend about it the next morning, and she brushed it off, and she's always been a very staunch atheist, and by the way, I'm not. Never believed in anything on the other side, really. The next summer, best friend and friend number 2 and I went to the beach for our yearly weekend. Friend number 2 and I were talking about the previous year, and he started talking about how he felt a presence in her apartment near the door to her room, right beside the washer and dryer. I then shared my experience with him, and he confirmed what he felt was a very similar energy to what I described. She brushed it off again until, a year later, she texted me to let me know that she got really drunk one night, and she saw him and continued to feel the presence on after that. It affected her so much that she ended up moving apartments. Needless to say, I've never had any desire to consume any substance since then. At 26 years old, I had a major break from my sleep paralysis through college and the early years of my marriage. Then one night, a little over a year ago, when I was pregnant with my son, it happened again. Our bedroom is very small and can only be set up in a certain way, because the bedroom and bathroom doors, they both open into the bedroom. When laying in bed, the bedroom door opens towards you, and the bathroom door opens away from you. Important side note, my bathroom is built on by our landlord, and it's not insulated and has no vents. So whatever temperature it is outside, it's that in my bathroom. So I have a heater that runs in there in the winter, with a red light on it. My husband was on night shift at this time, and my daughter, almost 2 years old, was in the room. Both dogs and cats were in my room as well. And somehow, my bathroom door unlatched and opened just a crack. Almost to the top of the door appears 4 abnormally long, bony, pale fingers that wrap around the edge of the door. eerily dimly lit with the red glow from the light on the heater. Then the paralysis sets in. Every so often, the finger just taps on the door in slow succession, like somebody drumming their fingers on a table, but hauntingly slow. I watched for what I think was hours. I was able to move my eyes away once, and as soon as I did, I heard the door creaking open more, and when I looked back, it stopped. Fingers still there. I watched them until I think I fell asleep. 27, almost 28. There's a lot of exposition to this instance. Excuse me. I pumped and nursed for a little over a year for my son, born March 2024. I lost way too much weight and pushed myself to the brink of delusional exhaustion near the end. I also had this really bad habit of, when I did my final pump for the night, usually around midnight to 1 a.m., I'd prop myself up and fall asleep sitting up while I pumped. I would either set an alarm or my husband would wake me to go to bed when my pump stopped. And a few months ago, I busted my eyebrow open on a kettle latch at work, and I'm a vet tech, by the way. Mild concussion. Probably could have used some stitches. But I decided to let it heal by, a scab. It ached from time to time, and one night, almost 2 weeks into my eyebrow healing, I was doing my usual final pump routine, and my husband was laying on the floor in front of me watching TV. Dead asleep, I shot awake because I felt my eyebrow rupture open and I felt blood gushing. I'm panicking, I'm trying to explain to him what's going on, and he finally gets calmed down enough to explain to me that nothing's going on. I calm down enough to finish my pump and we go to bed. Later in the night, our daughter comes running into her room and I scoop her up into my lap and rock her back to sleep. Mostly asleep myself. Then all I could hear was this constant screaming. Distant, but also very close, and all I could think to myself was, why is there another little girl in my house and why is she screaming? What's going on? Who is the other little girl in my house? Except I couldn't move. I was just sitting crisscross on my bed, eyes closed, hunched over my sleeping daughter, cradled in my lap. I don't remember the screaming stopping, and I don't remember laying back down with my daughter beside me. The next night I asked my husband about it all, and he confirmed my eyebrow freak-out did actually happen. I explained to him how painful and real it had felt, and that I remembered it clearly, even though I wasn't really awake. I was also fully, intelligible and having conversations with him while I'm half asleep, and I won't remember the next day. Did it to my mom growing up too, so remembering of those instances is very rare for me. I then asked him about the screaming girl. He looked at me funny and said, "You mean our son's name?" He cried for a long time when, our daughter's name woke him up. It took me forever to get him back down. And I do want to add that... Jeez. And I do want to add that because of our work schedules, me being 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. and him 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., he typically does the nighttime wakes-ups. And if it's both kids, I take our girl and he takes her boy, because our boy is a stage 10 clinger. And if he sees me, he won't go back to sleep. So my husband getting up for the kids instead of me is our norm. But I was very disoriented and put off by the fact that, one, seemed to be having an episode while my child was crying that I couldn't come out of, and two, that I was so deep in it that I couldn't even recognize my own child's cries. Bullet point. I will not go upstairs alone. Either my husband or the dog has to go up there with me during daylight hours. I'll not go up there at night and I feel something in that staircase that I just can't describe. Like something calls me up there, but not benevolently. Because of this, our kids, now 3 and 1, share a room downstairs across the hall from us. Also, I just don't want my 3-year-old alone in a different level of the house than us. We're currently in the process of moving to a one-story place that has enough rooms for everyone. These are all that I've experienced up to this point. I'm hoping that with the new house and stopping nursing will allow me to get more sleep. Maybe decrease on the occurrences of sleep paralysis and exhaustion. I hope so. Little feet ran back and forth above my head while home alone. So I'll start by saying I was in high school when this happened. 2005 to 2006, and yeah, I'm pretty old. This happened on a weekend when I was home alone with a friend. It was me, he, and our cat. And we were all down in the basement chilling and just having some fun. Now, I believe in the paranormal and the unexplained. Did back then and still do now. But as a teenager, I didn't play with spirit boards or go searching for haunted things or places. But I still had paranormal experience happen to me nonetheless. Now I'll get back to the story. So, me and my friend were just chilling and watching YouTube or anime. Maybe drawing, who knows. But we got to talking about things that happened at school that day. When suddenly, we hear footsteps running back and forth upstairs above us. Mind you, we were in my house alone. My parents weren't there, and neither was my brother. So we both looked up at the ceiling, hearing running again. Looking at each other, my friend says, "Someone home?" I shook my head, stating that it was just us and the cat, I think. And the cat in question was with us on my bed sleeping, by the way. Slowly, we got up, and before heading out of the room, we heard it again. So, being curious and perhaps either brave or stupid, we investigated. The running sounded like a child, like a small putter-patter of feet running back and forth, and within my parents' room. Now, their room ran the width of the house. It was big, so you could imagine how much running this ghost and creature, whatever it was doing. And as we came up the stairs, the moment we hit the top floor, it stopped. Everything went silent. And once more, we just looked at each other in confusion. "Should we?" I said, pointing at my parents' room that my friend was skeptical about. We both heard the running of children's feet back and forth in the house, so we further investigated. And of course, there wasn't anything there. Nothing to explain what we heard or what it was that was running. And also, there were no small kids in my house. My brother and I were both in high school. Well, after about 10 minutes of searching, we shrugged and decided to leave the house and hit up the gas station for some snacks. We talked about it more when we got back, but never heard the running little feet again. Didn't hear the running ever again on my own either, but it was an experience I've never forgotten. Spooky, huh? A demon passed on by telling a story. So I want to clarify that this experience happened before my little footstep story. This happened when I was in middle school, so roughly 2002 to 2004. Not sure exactly when, but I was a bit younger. Also happened in the same house. This house I grew up in from grade 3 to graduation in high school. So plenty of stories to tell. Okay, now I will tell the story that I was told. The experience my at-current middle school boyfriend crush had happened to him. He had this happen to him because his friend told him their story, and now it was his turn to tell me his. So my friend told me that this cat, or what seemed like a cat, was in his room one night. He didn't own any cats, so it was confusing. But funny enough, when he got a good look at it, didn't have fur and definitely had red eyes. Well, last night I had an experience that I will never really think I'd have happen to me. My cat Larry was a black female cat, was in my closet and just kind of sitting there staring out. He told me the eyes were like Larry's, yellowish green. So it was getting close to bedtime, and I know she likes to cuddle with me, so I went to pick her up. Called her name, did the whole pss, 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 pss. But she seemed comfortable where she was. But I wanted to cuddle her, so I reached out to pick her up, and she took a swing at me. And Larry wasn't an aggressive kitty, mind you. He had taken a breather, and he was quite shook as one would be if their cat suddenly took a full clawed swing at them. But I don't think it was Larry. When she swung at me, the paw was larger than the claws. There was only 3, and they were big and jet black. Yeah, I know she is black too, but it wasn't fur I saw. Looked more like leather or hairless. Definitely not my girl. Anyways, I'd pulled my hand away fast, or I thought I did, but I got scratched before seeing one of the claws strike the floor. A little mad, I got up and went to bed, and I honestly thought I was dreaming. Didn't feel real. Well, come morning, when I was getting ready for school, I saw the scratch in my hand, and then last night came back to me. Checked my closet, and there was a small hole in the floor. Carpet bits beside it, but Larry wasn't in the closet. Apparently, she was sleeping with my parents, so I think I now know what it was. So he told me his friend's story after his, and I was highly intrigued by it all. But I clung in slowly as I was now told a story about his cat creature and perhaps a demon. I mean, leatherish skin, 3 thick-toed claws, and color-changing eyes. And apparently the tail was long and slender, much like a lizard's would maybe be. Some details are still fuzzy, but of course I remembered the story aspect. Kinda sticks with you. But hey, I've told this story many times, and so far it hasn't happened to anyone else. So now, I'll tell my part of the story for you. So after my friend told me all of this, it was a few days before I had my own experience with this creature. Now I lived with my parents, my brother, and we had 1 cat. 1 black one who was more my parents' cat than anything. So one night I'm asleep in bed when I hear a little growl. Now our cat didn't really growl at anything, so I stirred a bit hearing it, but a bit louder. Slowly walking, I sat up a bit and leaned over, reaching out to try to coax our cat over. His name was Bandit. Bandit would always come when called, but this kitty, or what I thought was a kitty, didn't come. It was pitch black in the house, and all I saw was a faint outline from the outside light peeking underneath my window curtain. And this creature was larger, but not much bigger than a normal cat. Its eyes were staring at me, bright yellow with a tinge of red as it growled once more at me. Its tail thumped and then it hissed at me. I don't remember the sound it made exactly, but it definitely wasn't a normal cat's hiss. Fed up, I just told the cat to go away, as I thought I too was just dreaming and seeing stuff. I fell back asleep till morning, but crazy enough, this I remember. After I pulled my blanket back up and rolled over, I felt something jump onto my bed and lay down. Okay, so yeah, I know this sounds crazy and possibly made up, but no, all of it's true. When I woke up the next morning, I asked my mom if she heard the growling sounds, and she did. I asked if Bandit was with her all night, and she said yes again. I left it at that, knowing it was real and not a dream or hallucination. Well, I told a friend the same story. She then had an experience. I don't know what happened after that, so far from time to time, till this day, I'll still feel a phantom cat jumping up where I'm sleeping and lay down next to my feet. Hope you enjoyed my story. Don't worry, I don't think this demon kitty follows anyone anymore. I keep being lured by something in a local abandoned church. In my local area, there's a church, long since abandoned, left to rot. I've been inside it once, years ago, It left me with reoccurring surrealist nightmares about being trapped in it with a vicious, obvious hostile force, almost always resulting in my death before waking. Most commonly by throwing myself from the steeple, always waking either before that end or just as the force makes contact with me physically. Since then, any time I walk past it, I can feel something within me watching me. And more recently, any time I've been stood, just beyond its fencing, I can feel whatever it is beckoning me closer. It's hard to describe. It's been fine until today, when I stood beyond the fence for around 15 to 20 minutes before stalking around the property looking for a way in, almost as if compelled to get inside it. And even now I find myself looking at the corners on the wall of my home, distance away from it, and I figured out that the corner I'm looking is essentially the abandoned church. Just kinda wanted to type that. Not sure if anybody has any advice or conclusions which can be given without the specifics of the church and her location. Not sure if this is the right place for this, though, or with the right flair. I probably shouldn't give the specific church and location because it might narrow me down too, so all I can say is it's not that old compared to most churches in Britain, only around 100 years old. It's disused and boarded up with metal fencing keeping the general public away. Had its graveyard removed around 3 years ago now. The Lost X-Files episode, and A Man in White, paranormal encounter that shook my reality. Complete summary of my unknown X-Files episode. One evening while watching TV, I came across a very strange episode of the X-Files. This episode was presented as a special, which immediately caught my attention. What was particularly odd was that it seemed to be linked to the Twilight Zone, a crossover that never actually existed. The episode began with an aerial shot of a deserted road, surrounded only with electric pylons, filmed as if by a drone. The camera slowly advanced down the road and a man's voice began to speak. Welcome to a special episode of the X-Files, linked to the fourth dimension. Tonight you will enter another dimension, an unknown and unexplained world filled with inexplicable phenomena. This episode is unique and special, and it will only be broadcast on this channel, nowhere else. Settle in and enjoy. Tonight, welcome to the fourth dimension, in connection with the X-Files. The atmosphere was already unsettling, and this feeling of strangeness intensified. The camera then rose to reveal a small town isolated in the middle of a desert. In the next scene, Scully arrived in this deserted town. She parked in the town center and got out of her car. It was nearby. And there was another car parked as well, carrying a family. A father, a mother, a boy about 9, and a 7-year-old girl. The family seemed disturbed, especially the father who was telling his son to calm down. The family headed toward a store across from the phone booth where Scully was making a call to Mulder. During the call, Scully explained to Mulder that she had stopped in this small town for dinner and would return late that evening. Mulder talked about a recent case that they had investigated, but Scully has always remained skeptical about the paranormal conclusions. Mulder tried to convince her to be more open-minded. While on the phone, Scully noticed something odd. The family inside the store was acting strangely. She saw the father, and then in an instant he vanished. The mother then hurriedly exited the store with her children, but without the father. Intrigued, Scully cut off her conversation with Mulder and rushed toward the mother, asking her where her husband had gone. The mother, nervous, asked Scully to leave them alone, but as she placed her hands on Scully's shoulder, she suddenly whispered desperately, "Help us, please." Before she could say more, the boy insisted that they get back in the car. Scully got into her own car and decided to follow them discreetly. After about 15 minutes of driving, Scully arrived at the family's house. She got out of her car and knocked on the door. The mother opened it. Scully showed her FBI badge and explained that she was investigating paranormal phenomena. The mother, frightened, replied that everything was fine, and that Scully was just an old friend, to avoid alarming her son, who was watching from the doorway. But as soon as the door closed, the mother panicked and quickly whispered to Scully that her son wasn't normal, that he had terrifying powers. He confided that the boy had made his father disappear, and that she feared for her life and that of her daughters. The conversation took a dramatic turn when the boy suddenly appeared at the door and said to his mother, "That's not your friend, Mom. It's the lady we saw earlier." In a chilling tone, he ordered his mother to go inside the house, and instantly she obeyed as if controlled by an invisible force, while the boy added, "You lied to me. You will be punished." With a wave of his hand, he made his mother's mouth disappear, preventing her from speaking. Shocked, Scully tried to reason with the boy, but he forced her into the house. What followed was a disturbing scene. The boy's sister, concerned, asked what was happening, and furious, the boy made his little sister disappear with a snap of his fingers. The mother, in a panic, attempted to grab a weapon of some kind, probably to attack her own son, but before she could do anything, she also disappeared. Scully suddenly found herself transported to the boy's bedroom. He was sitting on his bed crying and confessing that he didn't want to hurt his family, but that he always felt rejected and unloved, and Scully tried to comfort him, explaining that his powers were extraordinary, but that he needed to use them for good. Finally, the boy stood up and opened a door that led to infinity, as if it opened to the universe itself. He stepped inside, leaving Scully alone in the room, and everything returned to normal. The house, the town, and everything around seemed restored as if nothing had happened. But the family had completely disappeared. Scully, still shaken and troubled, got back into her car, resumed her journey, and the episode ended. Well, that certainly was a description of an episode, and I almost remembered that. I'm a little bit confused, though. A silhouette stared at me while I was sleeping. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, that you're sleeping at the house or somebody you know or a family member and have paranormal encounters. Well, once I went to the city to sleep at my uncle's house. I was with my cousin to spend the night playing board games. When night fell, we had to go to sleep. My cousin was going to sleep on the mattress on the floor, and I was going to sleep on the bed. The bedroom door was in front of the sort of right corner of the room, and you could see what was happening in the hallway at the time. I couldn't sleep that night. I had insomnia, and when it was 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., I saw a silhouette passing by the door several times. And keep in mind, the door was half open, and you could see about 5 centimeters from the door in the wall. 15 minutes later, the same entity stopped and stared at me, and there was a heavy aura and an uncomfortable silence, the kind that you make your stomach turn with. The atmosphere was depressed, and its presence was paranormal. Later, when I was trying to stare at him and stay as still as possible without realizing it, I just fell asleep. When it was morning, we were all awake in the house, but I didn't tell anybody about the story, which continues to haunt me to this day. And I'd like to know if any of you have had an event like the same or similar to this one. Weird paranormal activity keeps happening in my house. Some unusual things have been happening to me lately in my house, and I figure this might be a good place to discuss them. Let me give you a breakdown of everything. In August of last year, my grandmother passed away. It was devastating, but I've gotten better as time moved on. However, some creepy things keep happening in my house. I honestly have a difficult time trying to wrap my head around it. Now, I know this is going to sound like I'm making this up, and I don't have any photos or videos to back up what I'm going to say, but multiple members of my family have been experiencing creepy things as well, and I just need to share it with everybody here. 4 major events have happened to me, and I'll share them. I live in a 4-bedroom house, and there's 6 people, including me and 3 cats. And the first paranormal event happened when my siblings and I were talking to our mom about chores. And as the conversation was starting to become more argumentative, our Alexa out of nowhere started playing Baby Shark, which was strange since nobody in our conversation said any words, at least anything similar to the song that was playing. Also, what makes it more interesting is the fact that my grandmother used to play Baby Shark all the time for my baby cousin, either on her phone or the Alexa. It makes me believe that my grandma played that song to prevent an argument that was about to happen. The second event that happened was when I was working on my computer. I was completing college assignments, and I was at my desk in the living room, and as soon as I was finished writing a paragraph, I looked up and saw my back door randomly open. I know that door was closed because 10 minutes before it opened, my dad fully closed the door shut when he was bringing in laundry, and my mom was also there. The third event happened when I was home alone. I got back from watching Goodfellas. I was at a friend's house. My family left to help my aunt prepare for her upcoming pregnancy. I was sitting at my desk watching some YouTube until I thought I heard something coming from the dining room. As soon as I looked over, the chair from my kitchen table was pulled out right in front of me. It wasn't any of my cats because one was sleeping on the couch and the other 2 were put away. And finally, the creepiest event is the kitchen light. The light in my kitchen is interesting, to say the least. The light bulb is just dying or almost dead, but it doesn't blink or anything until it does. My sister and I are cleaning the dishes one night until we start noticing the light blinking. The light's above the kitchen sink, and as a joke, my sister asked me to ask a question to the light. So I asked the cliche question, "Are you there?" The light stopped blinking and blinked twice. When that happened, my sister and I looked at each other and she asked me, "Did the light answer your question?" And after being shocked, I told the light to blink once for no and twice for yes. The light blinked 2 more times. I started asking it questions and the light was answering all my questions. My sister started becoming more uncomfortable and finished up the dishes. I was going to leave until I asked her to stay. I asked the light if it was here to talk to someone, and it blinked twice for yes. So we went down the list of names who the light wanted to see until he mentioned my dad. The light blinked twice for yes. My sister decided enough was enough. Went to bed. But before I left, I asked the light if it was somebody I used to know, and it said yeah. And the only name that came to my mind was Grandma, and I asked, "Grandma, is that you?" And the large light blinked twice. Now I don't know what I should do, whether I should ignore all of this or try something to do about it. But now what worries me is that if it's my grandma, like, is she trying to communicate from beyond this world, or is it something more sinister? Help me make sense of the paranormal history of my late grandmother's house. So without further ado, whether you're looking for a ghost story or looking to debunk some stuff, I'll start my account. I am a 20-year-old male, and this all started before I was born. I'll do my best to state the order of events chronologically. But these stories all come from different people in my family, so it might be a bit messy. My grandma has owned a trailer in Broomfield, Colorado for nearly 40 years. My father, his 2 brothers, and his 2 sisters grew up in this house. And me and my father also lived in this house with my grandma and grandpa later down the road. I'll give each story an account, a name, and an approximate date, as well as say who told me the story. 1985, 3-fingered lady. This one comes from my grandma, and at a separate point in time, my dad as well. My eldest uncle Ryan, when he was young, was just about 10 or 11. Had just got his own room, and he would tell my grandma about a three-fingered lady in his closet that would talk to him at night. One night, my grandma heard banging on her door in the middle of the night and screaming. Opening the door, she found Ryan, who was screaming and crying with blood coming out of his leg. He told her the three-fingered lady tried to drag me into the bed, tried to take me to hell. And after that night, they never heard about her again. Well, that's good. This one, at least, is a kind of distant layer of truth to it, because after his passing in the hospital 30 years later, I saw a scar in his leg and 3 lines going down to his calf. 1990. My favorite year. Open the door. This one comes from my grandpa. My grandma was a nurse, so she used to get home really late. And one night, my grandpa woke up to the doorknob on his bedroom door jiggling. He could hear my grandma saying, "John, let me in, the door's stuck." But when he opened it, my grandma wasn't on the other side. He looked down the hallway and didn't see my grandma anywhere. Coming back to bed, he said that my grandma was asleep next to him already. Year 2000. The man in the corner. This one also comes from my grandpa and my great-uncle Rick. It was late night, and Rick and John, my grandpa, were up late watching cable. John went to grab a beer, Rick went to take a piss, and on his way down the hallway after pissing, Rick passed who he thought was his grandpa, standing in the hall. He said, "The fuck are you doing, John?" Before continuing to the living room where John was drinking his beer. John said, "Who are you talking to?" Then they searched the whole house, but nobody was inside except the kids and my grandma, all a bit asleep. The year 2000 again. Moving furniture. This one comes from my dad and my youngest aunt Jamie. Once every couple of months, upon returning home from days out, the family would find rooms, and one time the TV was knocked off the entertainment center broken. In 2005, The Face. From my brother's twin Aaron, I'd like to note that I was born this year, and I was the first grandchild of my family. My grandma once said that I was having grandchildren made the devil angry, or having grandchildren made the devil angry, because things got worse in the house after I was born. My uncle was homeless at the time, and my grandma let him stay on the couch, and apparently kept hearing breathing. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would see a face looking at him. 2007, The Seance. I've seen a video recording of this one, actually, and I'll be honest, I have no idea what's happening in the video. The recording's on a camcorder somewhere. My whole family decided to do a seance where they read the Bible and try to get rid of the demon in the house. In the video, you can see my family reading the Bible into a dark room, and I swear to God, you can hear growling come from the video. It's really weird, but maybe one of my family members made the noise, I don't know. A plate fell off a shelf in the video and breaks as well. 2007 and onward. Crosses fall off walls, people see things out of the corner of their eyes. People feel like stuff is clinging to their backs. Things move slightly and stuff breaks randomly. And my own personal experience. I've never seen anything overtly sinister happen in this house, but something strange has happened to me, and I rarely dream, almost never. When I do, it's always good. But there has never ever been a night that I stayed in that house that I didn't have a nightmare. They started when I was about 6. From then on, they only came back when I slept in that house. Also, I fully believe that my family believes that that house is haunted. Since I was a baby, I've been taught that, well, honesty is a core value, and my father's number one peeve is when, well, pretty much when I lie. I can't see my family lying about the stuff and keeping the lie up for decades, even though bad fallouts and arguments and everybody agreed that house was evil. I'm making that post because my grandma passed recently. and in her final hour she told us to take her somewhere else. She didn't want to die in that house. She refused. It's strange, but I'm sure it can be explained. If you have any questions or theories, please tell me. I want everything to be finally debunked. If you have nothing, enjoy the stories, I guess. See ya. Do you feel it? The cold air, the invisible weight. You're not imagining it. At Paranormal M, we document what you thought wasn't real. Subscribe and see for yourself. Something strange. I'm not sure if dreams are something that counts as paranormal in the subreddit generally, but I'm having a hard time convincing myself that what happened last night was just a dream. Usually, I remember my dreams pretty well, at least when I have them. So the fact I remember this so clearly isn't what catches my attention. What did catch my attention is that it was very clearly my bedroom, the exact angle I was laying at, the exact scent of my air Febreze thing. Everything that I'd usually see in my room was there. Yet, it was a lot darker than it would usually be. And I usually keep my TV on as I sleep. Just rain noises in a storm for the background or whatever. This struck me as odd, because whenever I have dreams, it's almost always about something completely unrelated to my real life. When I remember them, it's usually something odd and downright strange. Kind of without any rhyme or reason to it. Just a jumble of all the media I'd consumed that day. But this dream was so realistic, both in the way it emulated my actual bedroom without a flaw, and the way I could physically feel the way my mattress dipped from the weight of 2 people. That'd be fine, but the issue is I sleep alone. My dog used to jump up into my bed when he wanted to cuddle, but he's pretty old now and hasn't done that in a long time. And there was something or someone right above me or in front of me. Not anyone I recognized at all, or at least I don't think I recognized them. The only fuzzy part of this dream is them, meaning I don't remember what they looked like or if they were somebody I knew. Sounds kinda silly, but now that I'm thinking about it, it reminds me of a blurred face in a video, or that's how I remember it at least. This part is a little bit awkward to describe and recall, but it's important for the context, so I'll try to write it as safe for work as I can. They were sitting right in front of me, between my legs with their hands on my knees. I remember this part going by so fast, and for some reason it seemed like within an instant. Their hands went from my knees to the area just above my hips, like my lower waist or torso. That area. They sort of lifted me into an arch, and if this is written rather poorly, I do apologize, kind of uncomfortable to write about. The way they made me bend felt unnatural, and evidently it might have actually been unnatural. I remember what woke me up from this dream was actually the sound of my back popping, and the way I sort of just fell back down onto my bed. Now, I didn't stay awake for long after that, but I do remember my back aching slightly before I fell asleep again. Well, here I am now, almost 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning, with extreme lower back pain, and I don't know what happened or if anything at all. I just wanted to come on here and see if anybody had any ideas, or if it really was just a weird, strange dream and I might have pulled a muscle or something. Is my grandpa trying to communicate with me? A couple of months ago, I had a dream where there were 3 deer in the road in front of my house. In the dream, I was convinced one of the deer was my grandpa. The deer came into my bedroom window and sat on my bed and let me pet it. And when I woke up from that dream, I was in a state of shock and confusion. I, word for word, bar for bar, texted my friend saying, I don't know why he would visit me. Not something to be proud of. Plus, he passed away when I was 5 or so. I don't remember much about him, though I do know that I loved him, and his death really affected me, and it was the first loss I experienced. Anyway, the next night I go to bed and I have a dream where I get a letter and it says, Of course I'm proud of you. Why wouldn't I be? And it's from my grandpa. Something I found interesting is that in this dream I was aware of the dream I had the night before. Like, even in my dream, I was like freaking out. So naturally, I was in even more shock when I woke up and decided to look into it, and I found out that it was close to the anniversary of his passing. Fast forward to a couple of days ago, and I had a dream. I was in a Starbucks. I saw my grandpa, but it wasn't my grandpa. It just looked like him, so I was crying on the floor in the Starbucks, because I saw who I wanted to be my grandpa, but I knew it wasn't him. Then, like a day or two after that, I had another dream. I was at school walking by the buses, and the new bus driver again looked like my grandpa. So in the dream, just like before, I cried and panicked. So I guess really what I'm asking here is, do you guys think my grandpa is trying to communicate with me, or is he just coming up in my dreams because he crosses my mind a lot? That's an either-or scenario. Demonic nightmare presence since I was 2 years old. I can vividly remember when this dark presence occurred. It was the night when my newborn sister was brought home. My mom would play the sound of rain and waves to help me sleep. I remember falling asleep back then, though. It was very vivid. I had nightmares of my newborn sister being stolen, murdered, and being dragged by shadows underneath her crib. I felt powerless in these nightmares, and they continued to occur until I turned about 10. But they were truly terrifying. They'd happen nearly every night, and watching my family and people that I loved get violently murdered repeatedly. Sometimes getting so formulaic that I could predict what would happen. Sometimes there'd be small creatures that would run around my home in these nightmares. They'd hide under beds and tables and bite me. And there would be shadowy but almost primate-like figures that would tap on the windows and leave nearly human handprints. There'd be this hairless, naked, pale, and sickly humanoid with wrinkly, elongated face with black soulless eyes, large, snake-like nostrils. That would attack me the most. He doesn't have a name, but he returned in nearly every nightmare. He'd always choke me or fight me. He could speak, and every time I sensed his presence, I'd lose my ability to speak. It would feel like I was vomiting, like I had mucus in my throat. And every time I would try and talk or scream under this effect, I'd make these gargled, non-human noises. These nightmares have stopped for years, but I wonder what it may have been. A supernatural presence or something psychological. They got so bad to the point where my parents just bought me a dream catcher. But the awful nightmares would continue, and my first dream catcher broke in the middle of the night. We replaced it, but the new one didn't work either. We moved houses, and still the nightmares would continue. No matter where I slept, how I'd sleep, or any other factors, I'd still have those awful nightmares. Sometimes I wouldn't, but those nights I wouldn't even remember having a dream or a nightmare. I'm skeptical about paranormal stuff and activity, but I don't know if there's any logical explanation for why this dark energy latched onto me as a child. For all I know, I could still be under its effects. My grandmother's a priest, and she blessed my house years ago. But even after everything that she did, my nightmares continued. And now they've stopped, but I still fear that dark presence from years ago. What could it be? A shapeshifter slept beside me when I was a child. When I was around 6, my brother and I would spend days over at my family's friend's apartment. It was while they worked long shifts. My brother, being older than me, got to stay up and watch scary movies with the family friend. My bedtime was 9 p.m. I remember one particular night. There was a violent storm outside. I was sent to sleep alone in the dark bedroom. I could clearly hear the horror film through the wall, and combined with the thunder, I was immensely frightened. So much so, it hurt my chest. It physically pained me. The lightning casted shadows on the wall from the window, and the screams of horror from the film only worsened the situation. I was so afraid I got up and asked my brother to come stay with me till I fall asleep, which, of course, he refused. Once back alone in the dark room, I hid underneath the covers and almost began to cry. I was absolutely terrified. And suddenly I felt a movement on the other side of the bed and weight, as if something got underneath the covers. I was so relieved I started crawling under the blankets to get closer to them. Yet every time I got closer, they moved away, which left me confused. I lifted my head out of the covers and I saw someone the same size as my brother underneath the blankets. I stared at him for a while, not because of suspicion, but just letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. After a long moment, he told me to go to sleep in a very kind tone, that I can't come near him, and his voice was just like my brother's, but he sounded much kinder, and very soothing. I said okay, and I lay back down. Having him with me brought my soul at ease, and without another fuss, I went straight to sleep happy. The following morning, I thanked my brother for coming to stay with me, as opposed to watching the movie. He asked what I was talking about. Confused, I told him about the previous night, and him keeping me company till I fell asleep. And for some reason, this annoyed him, and he told me it wasn't him because he didn't go to bed until 2 hours later. And at the time, I didn't think much of it. Just made a note and went on with my life. And through the years, I've come to reflect on it more, and I've come to realize something far more unusual was maybe afoot that night. Perhaps even paranormal. Whatever that thing was, I'm grateful for its compassion. I only wish it appeared again to comfort me, and other frightening instances I've encountered throughout my life. Cheers. Things keep going missing daily. That my fiancé and I have acknowledged it, and given her energy. We both always thought we each had some sort of attachment. I've had a couple of paranormal experiences in my childhood. My fiancé has had some growing up too. The one I had, where there were numerous witnesses, was I was around 12, and all the TVs were off, and my mom and brother and his wife, and my best friend, and her little sister, and I. We were the only ones at my house, all standing in the kitchen talking, and out of nowhere, we hear loud banging, like somebody pounding on a door from upstairs and a male voice yelling something. I'm diagnosed with schizoaffective bipolar, so that's what makes this tricky. When I've experienced things on my own, maybe that's explainable. But when everybody stopped talking and looked wide-eyed at each other and we all heard it, even my adult brother and his wife and my mom were anxious to go check things, but quickly got it together and did, and found no one and found nothing. I've had other experiences, but I was alone, so those have always felt invalid to me. My fiancé growing up lived in this one house. It's a house that he and his family have said they all experienced crazy paranormal stuff in. Levitating heavy objects that his mom has even witnessed. A neighbor calling them when they were all on vacation, once asking if the old man that had been standing in the window for hours was okay, when no old man lived with them. His family used to always see my fiancé in rooms that he wasn't in, like he'd be asleep in his room and they'd see him in the living room. Couldn't have been him, I mean. I also experienced this once. I'd fallen asleep for a nap and woke up to him leaving the room to go to the kitchen, he told me. I drifted back to sleep, and then my eyes shot open and I was paralyzed, looking at him sitting next to me on the floor, just staring straight forward. But I knew he just went to the kitchen, and I could hear him out there, and I could move, and I tried to yell for him, and I couldn't. I was terrified, and I never experienced sleep paralysis before this incident or since then. I finally gained enough motor function to shut my eyes and turn my head away. And I just kept my eyes shut until I heard him come back in. Then I was able to move and tell him. I might not have an attachment, but I wonder if my energy has something to do with my experiences. Because I have very insane intuition and pick up on energy, and I'm very sensitive to it all. A few years ago, I went out into the kitchen in the middle of the night to get a snack. I was eating it by the fridge, and all of a sudden, 3 thick, empty glass wine bottles that were Halloween decorations, they just sort of rattled and flew off in the middle of the bar on the opposite end of the kitchen. Crashed to the floor, but didn't break. His sister was sleeping in the room and witnessed this with me. And his other siblings, they've talked about countless paranormal-type things that have happened over the years. And we're in the same room to witness or hear them. None of us are, super into the whole paranormal stuff. And we always look for explanations on things because of still being some degree of skeptics. Okay, current day now. Things go missing out of their exact spots in our room on a day. We've both dealt with this type of thing here. But nothing to the degree of every single day. I'm wondering if it's happening to this degree because the first time it happened recently, we acknowledged it more than normal. We talked about it for a while. I started looking stuff up about it. It started with a gray lighter I put in the same spot always, and he had to watch me put it there. 5 minutes later, it's nowhere to be found, just to then reappear right where I originally put it, where it disappeared from 20 minutes or so later. So that got us talking about it, being that we both witnessed this and had no explanation. Started looking stuff up and talking about it. Now it won't stop happening with numerous things. Our dab container that was sitting on the bed vanished, and we looked everywhere and still haven't found it. It's been a few days. A gray lighter that disappeared and reappeared and disappeared again just to turn up buried underneath stuff between our wall and mattress. Now this bag and his wallet is gone today after I watched him put it in the normal spot, and he always does this, like last night before bed, and we can't find it anywhere. So 2 things that are currently still missing. Why is this happening daily now that we've given this type of occurrence more acknowledgement than ever before? Might have something to do with one of the things that you lost there. Maybe, maybe not. I think I made contact with aliens. So I was asleep, dreaming. The content of the dream isn't important, so I think I'll skip that. What's weird is what happened after. I woke up, but my eyes were closed. Just black, Oh, I know. But in my mind, or on my eyes, I don't know, I saw something like a sound wave or frequency. The waves were kind of dancing around, but increased in size and frequency. For some reason, I said, "Thank you for the dream, Mr. Alien Man." I think something made me think that they were involved somehow, I don't remember now, but that's what I said in my mind, and I was awake at this point. And as soon as I said that, they, as in whoever did this, zapped me with images. It's the best way I can describe it. There was an intense, very real and vivid case of sudden visuals appearing. It felt like there were images on top of other images. Well, calling them images is kind of wrong because it was more like symbols and shapes, like a coded language. The shapes, stacked sort of on top of each other, made a kind of gray alien face at the top. I mean, from my point of view. And the face moved and made facial expressions as the data below moved or changed. The face laughed. When I was zapped with images, I got scared and woke up fully. I mean, I was awake, but my body woke up too, reacting in a knee-jerk way. But my whole body. The images continued in my eyes, but they were very quickly dispersing. I could see them with my eyes open too. The alien face, like, included, and it was still moving. But I closed my eyes so I could see more. But within moments they were completely gone, and I was fine. At least until this happened. But as the image zapping occurred, I had a massive headache struck on my forehead. Then it went to the back of my head, but it was very bad, so I had to take a painkiller. Headaches on that level, well, sometimes last days for me. A single painkiller is never enough. But within half an hour I was fine, and sure, the painkiller helped too, but I think it was the sudden hit that gave me the headache. Then it was kind of less of a burden for my brain, I think. I mean, whatever the symbols or shapes or the code meant, I don't remember what the symbols were at all. Just the face on top they made. I think they gave me information that I didn't process or understand at the time. I think it's stored in my brain now. Like right now. And this happened 2 nights ago. Also, I had this understanding after the event that the frequency was in my mind. I did gateway tapes and meditation before for various reasons. One of being trying to contact non-human intelligences. I think the frequency in my mind kind of synced up with them, or something that belongs to them and would kind of be for a very brief moment. So they had to zap me with the information within that brief moment, and it wasn't pleasant for me. They couldn't contact me before my frequency synced up, or not at that level anyway, I think. Also, something I just knew somehow after or during the event. I think they can't or won't talk, like us. They communicated in images and symbols, very complex. I think they were doing what they were doing without me being aware of it. But when I gained consciousness and became aware of the signal, then when I said, "Thank you for the dream, Mr. Alien Man," instead of being afraid, I think they found it funny and maybe took my response as a form of acceptance and just dumped the rest of the information all at once. Not to hurt me, but the channel was closing, so they had to do it. The Hatman in the Caribbean. A true story from a place the narrator can't quite say, but is going to go for it. Curacao. There's a little symbol underneath the second C. I don't know what to do with that. I was born on the island of Curacao, or Curacao, a small Caribbean island near Aruba, and just off the northern coast of South America. I grew up in a quiet neighborhood on the far northeastern edge of the island, so far out you literally couldn't go any farther east. My grandparents were among the first people to move there in the late 80s, when there were only a few houses and dirt roads. Over time, more homes were built, and the area developed. Some people said the land used to be a burial site for native tribes, long before colonization. But that was just neighborhood talk and camping stories and old rumors, nothing official. I lived there for about 17 to 18 years, and it was peaceful. It was safe in a pretty familiar neighborhood. When I turned 16, everything started to shift. I got serious about my health, started eating clean, and stuck to a strict protein diet and cut out sugar and only drank water. I trained hard, going to the gym 5 times a week. My head was clear, my body felt strong. And that same year, my mom suggested I move into a studio apartment in our backyard. It was a detached building, sort of tucked into the far right corner of the yard. Had its own kitchen and bathroom and bedroom. Total privacy. Independence. Sort of. For a 16-year-old, it felt like freedom. The backyard was big, and trees and plants and tall grass, and in the middle was a small wooden bridge that crossed over a grassy dip, leading to an old handmade gazebo in the far left corner. That had a thatched roof, and we all call it a palapa. Palapa? Palapa. At night, the yard went completely dark, except for the studio porch light and some glow from the main house windows. The center and left side of the yard, especially around the gazebo, were pitch black. And just before I moved into that studio, I started experiencing strange physical sensations. At random times, I'd get waves of goosebumps. The hairs on my neck and arms would stand up and my heart rate would spike. No thoughts triggered it, no fear, no danger. Just pure physical response. Like something was around me that I couldn't see. And it only happened when I was in the neighborhood and nowhere else. It was uncomfortable, and sometimes it lasted up to 10 minutes. Trying to sleep while your body is on high alert like that is not fun. But I got used to it, sort of. Once I moved into the studio, things escalated. I started seeing things and figures and shapes and energy in the air. A man in the distance. A little girl standing near the bushes. Always far, always quiet. They didn't feel aggressive, but they didn't feel natural either. And it scared me. Of course it did. But it didn't feel like I was losing my mind, and I wasn't paranoid. I wasn't hallucinating, and I was fully awake and fully aware. I just didn't know how to explain what I was seeing. My family isn't religious, but they're spiritual. My grandmother especially. They meditate and read spiritual books and talk about energy and intuition. I grew up all around that, but I always kept my distance from it. I'd never seen a spirit or had a paranormal experience. Until then. Then something happened that hit different. It was a regular weekday. I came home from school around 2:30. Said hi to my mom. As I passed her in the hallway, we bumped into each other lightly. And in that exact moment, I got a mental flash, an image in my head, uninvited and instantaneous. A toilet bowl full of blood. And it lasted less than a second, no reason, no trigger. I didn't say anything. Figured it was just some random thought. At 7 p.m., I went to the gym, and midway through my session, my phone rang, and it was my aunt. She never calls me, and we lived in the same neighborhood like most of her family. But we weren't close, and I didn't even call her auntie. Called her by her full name, because she didn't want to be called Aunt anything. So her calling me was weird, and she said, "Don't panic, everything's okay, but your mom's going to the hospital." I stopped mid-set. Wait, what happened? She went to pee, and the toilet was full of blood, and it was completely red. That image from earlier punched its way back into my brain. I wrapped up the workout quickly and rushed home. I felt guilty, like maybe I could have warned her. Maybe I could have said something, even if it sounded crazy. Eventually, doctors found a tumor the size of an orange on her uterus. And the healthcare system there wouldn't handle it properly, so I made plans to fly to Colombia, Bogota, where the doctors could give her better care. We expected to be there for months if needed. That's when I saw him. The first encounter. It was late at night, and I stepped out of the studio with the joint lit. I sat down on the wooden bench on the porch, facing toward the gazebo. That's when I saw a figure standing dead center in the dark inside the gazebo. Tall, very tall. It wore a long cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, like a top hat or something similar. I couldn't see any arms or legs and no face, just the outline of a person completely blacked out like a void. But not just shadowy. This thing was darker than the night. I could still make out the vases or vases and wooden shelves behind inside the gazebo. But I couldn't see through this figure. It absorbed the space around it, and I froze, full-body goosebumps and heart pounding. I didn't know if it was looking at me or the main house where my mom was, but I could feel its presence. It wasn't moving, it wasn't speaking, it was just standing there, watching. And it scared me. I didn't panic, though. I just did what I always did. I ignored it and smoked my joint, went back inside and played some video games. But this time, couldn't stop thinking about what I saw. Didn't feel like the other sightings. Those felt like spirits and human ones. This one didn't. The second encounter. A few days later, I just left a friend's house nearby and I was walking home. It was already night. When I got to the backyard, it was completely dark. The porch lights weren't on and the switch on the far end of the studio against the right wall. And that's where I saw him again. The Hatman. Same height, same shape, same hat. Still no face, just a tall black void standing right next to the light switch. I froze. I just stood there staring. My skin lit up with goosebumps again. I looked away and then back, and he was still there. Thought about going to go get my mom, but I stopped myself. I was 16. I didn't want to run. Maybe it wasn't even real. Maybe it was in my head. I walked toward him. Slow, steady steps. Each one felt heavier. And the closer I got, the more I could feel the size of him. The air around him felt thick. Stopped right in front of him, so close that if he was like a living being, well, he would have felt my breath on his torso. I placed my hand on the wall next to the light switch. I was staring straight ahead, but all I could see was black. Not shadow, but void. No features, no textures, no eyes, just complete darkness. I was standing face to chest with something that didn't make sense. For a moment I hesitated. If I hit the switch, will he move, and will I finally see what this thing really looks like? I flipped the switch, and in that exact instant he vanished, gone with the light. A few months later, we went to Columbia. The doctors removed my mom's tumor, and they told us if we'd waited much longer, she could have lost her leg. But we made it just in time. She recovered. She's healthy now and more radiant than ever. Never saw the Hatman again. Also, good for your mom. But if somebody calls you, you don't finish your set, you just go. But enough parenting. Not once. For years, I pushed the memory aside. I didn't think too much about it, and then 12 years later, I was scrolling YouTube, and a thumbnail caught my eye. A tall silhouette in a hat. Title: Who is the Hatman? And that's when everything clicked. I clicked the video and started researching. Reddit threads and first-hand stories. People describing exactly what I saw. The same figure. This is why I'll never go back to Buck's Palace. A few years back, I was dating a girl named Emma. One night, she told me about her past. How as a teenager, she and her friends played with a Ouija board. She said it started out as a joke, but ever since then, she'd felt like something was watching her. I didn't think much of it at the time, and a couple of months later, we decided to drive up to this spot that we called Buck's Palace. It's an old abandoned house on a hill with a massive balcony overlooking the lake. The house itself is locked up, but there's no fence or gate, so easy to walk right up. From the balcony, the view is insane. The lake stretches for miles with rolling hills in the distance. We started calling it Buck's Palace years earlier, because it's where I smoked weed for the first time with my friends. The name just stuck. That night, Emma and I brought a bottle of wine with us. No glasses, just passing it back and forth as we sat in the balcony, talking about random things and watching the sun fade over the water. The air felt thick, like it does before rain, but everything was calm and peaceful. Then we heard it. Clink. The sound of metal hitting the floor, like a spoon or a fork, and it came from inside this house. I froze, and I'd been there so many times and never heard anything from inside of it. The place was supposed to be empty. I looked at Emma, and she was already staring at me. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. "Yeah, let's go." We stood up and started walking around the house toward the parking lot. As we passed by one of the big windows, bang! Something slammed against the glass from inside. We jumped and quickened our pace. Gravel crunched under our feet and we rounded the next corner. Thump! Another hit and louder, another window. Felt like something inside was moving with us, hitting each window as we passed it. We broke into a run, neither of us saying a word until we made it to the car. As soon as we made it to the car, I turned around to look at the house again. And there it just passed through me. I felt it, like a wave of cold, heavy air pushed straight through my chest. Not wind, not fear, something else. For a few seconds, I felt a strange rush of emotions and joy and fear and excitement and a weird sense of fullness. Like something had brushed right through me. I couldn't speak. I rushed in the car, and Emma kept asking what was wrong, but I drove there gripping the steering wheel with the hundreds of questions in my head. Haven't been back to Buck's Palace since. Adventure in a haunted abandoned park. Help me understand if it's a known form or spirit or something. 2 summers ago, a friend of mine invited me to go with her, and I guess some of her friends, to an abandoned park in our city. I agreed and we made our way there, entering through a hole in the gate. Once inside, we saw how, nature had completely taken over the structure and the pathways. We walked along a dark, narrow path surrounded by overgrown plants. Eventually, we reached a sort of amphitheater. It's where we decided to stop for a few minutes. The path there had already made us feel uneasy and a bit anxious. Some of us, including me, felt like turning back and leaving the park, while others wanted to keep going. Since the majority wanted to continue, we reluctantly decided to follow them. We took a narrow path beside the amphitheater, so narrow that we had to walk in a single file. The first to enter was the guy considered the most fearless in the group. He hadn't shown the slightest sign of fear during the whole exploration. But after just 3 seconds, he turned around and came back with a worried expression on his face, which really unsettled us. He'd been the most upbeat person until that moment, and he told us he saw the plants moving strangely. Suddenly, we heard crying, the sound of a young girl crying, strangely loud and clear, which scared all of us. And despite the fear, the brave guy said he felt a sense of responsibility to check if somebody actually needed help. So he went back to investigate. Shortly after, we saw him running back pale and terrified, telling us to run. The crying had grown louder, almost turned into a scream. And that's when we all fled the park. Jumped on my scooter, which was parked nearby, while the others got into their car and we left. Once we were quote-unquote safe, the brave guy told us what scared him the most was after pushing aside the plants and looking in the direction the crying was coming from. He saw absolutely nothing, and that's what truly terrified him. Two encounters same location. In the summer of '91, I was a young Air Force officer who'd recently returned from Desert Storm. Finally had a chance to get back home to visit my parents. They wanted it to be a special occasion, so they rented a cabin on a lake nearby. It was an old place with a sort of saddled back roof, but it was perfect for our reunion. All my aunts and uncles were going to drop by at that point, and we're all just kind of enjoying the lake time. One night near the end of my stay, my brother's friends were all over and were sitting around the kitchen table telling stories of our lives growing up out in that farming area. We all grew up in old houses and had tales of weird noises and other spooky events, most easily explainable. One of my brother's friends was sitting to my left. He had a pack of cigarettes sitting at the table with a big lighter sitting on top of the pack, as was common for smokers at that time. The cigarettes and lighter were in my field of view the whole time, but just a little bit to my left. All of a sudden, the big lighter shot across the room right past him. It was as if somebody had flicked it. He was staring at me, and I was staring at him, and both of us wondering how the other had done that trick when the lighter was clearly in everyone's sight. About 4 seconds elapsed. There was a clicking of a latch on an old china hutch up against the wall at the end of the table, and the door of the hutch just slowly opened up. The atmosphere in that cabin completely changed. It was almost electric for the rest of the night. None of us staying there could really sleep well after that. Flash forward nearly 10 years. And I'm now married with 2 young kids of my own, and still in the Air Force. My father had passed away a few years earlier. My mom was living in a small apartment near the lake, where we were planning to go visit. I didn't want to crowd my mom in her small apartment, so I decided to rent a cabin at the lake, and wouldn't you know it, the only one for rent was the same one from before. I told my wife about the events of my last visit, but neither of us were intimidated by it, so we rented it and had everyone over. Nothing happened until the last night we were there. We had put our kids to bed next door in the living room, with the nightlight on, kind of gone to bed ourselves. As I was drifting off to sleep in that cozy, light sleep you get into sometimes, I heard something softly hit the floor near the end of the bed, and I figured it was my shorts that I had laid on the end of the bed. Maybe they were getting kicked off, and, I tried to drift back to sleep when I felt the end of the bed dip down. It was like somebody sat on it. My wife startled awake and saying, "Honey, what is it?" To what we thought was maybe one of our kids coming in, my wife says she felt something like a hand come up the side of the bed touching her as it went, so she thought it was one of the kids. I turned on the light at her exclamation so we could take care of our child, but the room was empty. We went to check on the kids and they were all out cold. And on the way back in, I saw my shorts in the middle of the room. Told my wife what I thought had happened, and she said she had moved them on the chair in the corner some 4 feet away. That was before she went to bed. Something had tossed them into the middle of the room before waking us up. These are the only paranormal experiences I've ever had, and they were both in the same cottage with other witnesses. If I get another chance to rent it, I'm definitely going back. Never felt scared or threatened, just spooked because something we could never see was interacting with us. Seriously, weird sensation. Yeah, you could say that. Multiple paranormal encounters in the same house. Experience 1. It all started when my sibling had come over and my family and I were eating lunch. We were eating, and then we stopped by the doorbell. It rang a couple of times, and my dad walks over to check it out. He opens the door, and nothing. We let it go as just a ding-dong ditch. Then, a few minutes later, it rings again. This time, the ring got faster by the second. It started out slow, but then sped up and got faster and faster. It kept ringing as my dad was walking toward the door, and at this point, There was no time for the ding-dong ditcher to leave, and as soon as my dad opened the door, it stopped. We all thought this was so bizarre, and my sister even mentioned how could he have let a ghost in. But we all wrote it off as maybe the doorbell going bad or the house being old. Experience 2. This one happened over a few years, multiple times, and is by far the most explainable, not to be paranormal. But anyways, I lived in a bedroom that was connected to another room via a Jack and Jill bathroom. And on many different occasions, as I would close one door to the bathroom, the other door would open. And as I would open another door, the other one would close. This might be explainable by wind, maybe created a vacuum. Honestly, not too sure on the science, but if it really was a ghost, this led me to believe it was a kid maybe being very playful with me. Absolutely a vacuum. Experience 3. This one is by far the scariest experience of them all, at least for me. So while living in this house, I was constantly tired and was always taking naps throughout the day. One time, falling asleep in my bed, and then I just hear the loudest exhale directly into my ear. Not far away, not close by, but directly into my ear. I immediately jolted up and looked around for my parents or somebody playing a prank on me. No one was there. Experience 4. This one happened another time when I was falling asleep. But this time it was at night. I'm drifting away, but then I hear my door handle being creaked open. So I'm thinking maybe someone's just coming into my room. So I lay there waiting for them to just, tell me something. Then I partially sit up and see the door handle kind of wobbling, like somebody was playing with it, and I still hear the sound. Then I sat up all the way, and then it immediately stopped, which is weird. Then I saw the motion light in the balcony outside my room go off right after the handle stopped. This was truly creepy to me, and I have no idea why, but this really felt like a little kid. It was almost just like a gut feeling. Experience 5. This experience is another reason why I thought this kid was always trying to play with me. I had this graduation balloon for a couple of months in one room connected to my bedroom, and it just sat there deflating for a while. I didn't do anything about it. Then it got to the point where it was not really all the way down, but definitely a foot or two above the ground. Now I was in the bathroom with the 2 connecting doors open. There was this other small shower and toilet room in the bathroom, and that's where I was. So this balloon that was in the connecting room turned the corner into the bathroom, traveled 2 rooms to where I was in. I kept pushing it into the sink room. It just kept coming back to me. And then after 5 minutes of this, I realized this might have been this kid. So I said, "Please stop with this. I don't want to be bothered right now," or something to that effect. Then I pushed it away a couple more times and it stopped, and there was no AC happening at the time because I just checked as to what could be moving the balloon, and it was nothing. Experience 6. This one is the most convincing that I wasn't going crazy. So it was just around 11 p.m. I was downstairs getting a glass of water, and then all of a sudden I hear footsteps running down the stairs like it's an emergency. I was shocked, and I had waited a few seconds for my dad to come out and tell me something horrible happened or something was wrong. I waited another 5 seconds and nothing. I walk over, look up the stairs, and no one's there. Both my dogs were sleeping, so it couldn't be them. Everyone in my house was asleep except my dad, so I go to his room and I say, "Did you just run downstairs?" He replied that he didn't, but he had heard the running too. This was the most convincing to me that I wasn't crazy, because my dad had heard it as well. The man in the field. Thankfully, this didn't happen to me, but to my older brother. However, I will be writing from his point of view. This happened a few years ago, when he was around 17 years old. And one thing to know about my brother is that he isn't scared very easily. Or if he is, he does well at hiding it. However, when he was telling me about this experience, he looked pretty shook. Upon asking him earlier today, he told me that he didn't remember the story. A strange detail I thought I should include. He says he vaguely recalls something happening in the forest, but he's not sure about the specifics. For context, we live in the rural part of the English Midlands. In some areas, there's fields that stretch out as far as the eye can see, with many dense forests sitting right next to them, sometimes separated by a thin road. There's many dog walkers and families and gone-smoking teenagers who visit them during the day, but at night they're usually entirely abandoned. And so, this is where the story begins. The sun had almost entirely gone down, with just enough light to see. One of my mates had recently gotten his driver's license, so he took me and a few others out for a drive. We decided to go to a local forest, which looked very creepy at this early stage of night. However, most of us, me included, we'd grown up living near this forest and knew it like the back of our hands. Because of this, we were not frightened. We got out of the car and began walking around the forest, looking for a place to sit down, and kids often build dens out of sticks and moss where it's usually pretty sturdy, so we started searching for one of those. There were usually more dotted around, so I probably wouldn't have this taking too long. Halfway through our trek deep into the woods, one of my friends paused. We asked him what was wrong, and he shushed us, motioning for us to listen. We all stood impatiently, suspecting that he'd heard a twig snap as a result of an animal stepping on it, a common occurrence. How wrong we were. A low hum vibrated through the air. It sounded like it couldn't be more than a few meters away. It was a man's voice, but cracked and damaged, like that of an elderly person. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, and there had been no cars other than that of our own. And that's at the entrance to the site. The sense of imminent danger filled my gut. It must have done so to my friends as well. We wasted no time and ran, not stopping until we got back to the car. Still gasping and sputtering for breath, my mate leapt into the driver's seat and we sped off. We stopped in a nearby lay-by. We stopped in a nearby lay-by. A lay-by. Once the panic had worn off, got out of the car for some fresh air after the shock and talked about who or what the voice could have belonged to. Somebody said it could have been a homeless person, and this was plausible, as they sometimes did reside in tents deep in forests in the area. However, they usually kept to themselves to avoid being reported. We looked out on the forest's edge, which was now in the distance, and in the field that surrounded it, the sky was dark blue. It was getting progressively harder to see. Suddenly, a friend alerted the rest of us that he saw something, pointing to the middle of this field. Although hard to make out, it was unmistakable. A figure. Humanoid in appearance, but it was too dark and far away to see any features such as clothing or face. But we did notice one thing that was different about this person. They seemed to be very tall, almost alarmingly so. Their torso and limbs seemed stretched, almost distorted, and silently they walked through the field, not seeming to notice or us just staring at it, I guess. The feeling of unease returned as we watched, along with the strong desire to look away, but the inability to do so. After this, we collectively decided we'd had enough, scrambling to the car for a second time in 10 minutes. My friend drove us back to our respective houses. We never spoke of the incident again. Appalachian Night Swim. So for context, me and my boyfriend's family are on vacation. We're at an airbed and breakfast in the mountains in North Carolina. And we're from Tennessee, born and raised. So mountains and night adventures are no stranger to us. Tonight, we, being me and my boyfriend and his sister's husband, We're at the hot tub and decided it'd be a good idea to take a trip down to the lake. It's about 10:30 p.m. at this point. It's quite a steep walk down to the dock, so we took our rented UTV down steps through the forest to get there. As we arrived at the dock, we came down from the second floor to the first floor. Only way out is through the second floor, as there's a bridge connected to the land there. We peeped over to look at a fish swimming by the ladder. As we congregated, the dock suddenly shook, accompanied by a large bang. Of course, we broke into somewhat of a frenzy trying to figure out what the noise was, trying to rule out any possible explanations like weird earthquake or big fish hitting the bottom of the dock. And as we did so, we returned to the second floor of the dock, looking around for answers. With the help of our footsteps, we managed to figure out that the only thing able to replicate the sound was us jumping on the second floor. We sort of freaked out after this, quickly made our way back up to the UTV with strange rustling coming from the bushes, sort of like following us. I'm not sure, it was absolutely terrifying, and a little inexplicable to us. I don't think it could have been a deer or a large animal because it's a bit of a tighter squeeze across the bridge with the railing. However, for the sound to be possible, whatever it was had to be at least 100 pounds, and coming to the second floor without footsteps, unless we just didn't hear them. On top of this, we arrived at the top and parked the UTV, completely silent and in shock. We walked through the front door to be greeted with an extreme concern as everybody heard screaming coming from outside. What? I don't know, it's just very confusing. And I was worried that we were about to get ate up by a skinwalker or something. But I'm also wondering if there's any kind of paranormal side to it or not. Never experienced anything like this. I'm still so shaken up, but does anybody have any ideas? Creepy encounter during a wedding. When I was around 11 or 12, there was a wedding near my house, and I was invited. I went with my mom, and weddings at night are pretty common where I live. At the wedding, I'm hanging out with some neighborhood kids who are older than me. Most of them decided to go to a nearby park, which was right beside a temple. The scary part was that both the park and the temple were located inside a forest. It wasn't a huge forest, but it was still creepy at night. There was another kid. Let's call him Max. They were about 14, a couple of years older than me. Max and I also wanted to go, but when we asked our moms, they said no. And obviously, we were disappointed, especially since the others had already gone ahead. And after a while, we started feeling bored and kept bugging our moms to let us go. Well, eventually they gave in. All right, we were finally excited and we were heading out. The path we took was dimly lit, with the occasional street lamp flickering above us. On the right side of the road there were houses, but on the left side was swallowed in darkness. It was all forest. As we walked, I started feeling strange. Couldn't explain it, but something in the air felt heavy. I suddenly had this cold sensation running down my spine, like someone was watching me from the trees. I didn't say anything to Max at the time, but I kept glancing toward the woods, half expecting to see something or someone peering out. As we were walking, we passed by a house on the right. It looked completely normal, nothing strange. We had seen that house plenty of times before since we lived nearby, but this time we saw a woman near the main gate of the house, next to a water tap and a few buckets. She was washing clothes. We thought it was weird, like who the fuck washes clothes around 8:30 p.m.? Don't remember the exact time, but it was late. And still, we ignored it and we kept walking. Suddenly, the woman stood up and started walking toward us, and fast. She was speaking in an aggressive tone. It felt like she had been waiting for us. At first, we thought she was somebody to someone else, but she kept coming closer. We couldn't understand a word she was saying. Oh, we were starting to get nervous. We turned around and started walking back toward the wedding. She began following us, and her tone got louder and more aggressive, and she picked up her pace. Max looked behind, and then he tapped me on the shoulder as if telling me to run, so we ran, and hard. But then she started running too. We panicked and sprinted as fast as we could, and we didn't stop until we reached the wedding area, right under a street lamp. We turned around, and she was gone, just vanished into thin air. We didn't see where she went, and we never saw her again. Later I asked Max what caused him to signal me to run, and he said, "I saw her shadow and it was getting bigger and bigger." My experience of paranormal activity. This whole thing started happening exactly 8 days before my 13th birthday. My birthday is on the 28th of September, so this started on the 20th of September. And every night for those 8 days I had nightmares. Nightmares would be sometimes normal and sometimes not. Usually my fears of being chased. Nothing special. But in all of those dreams, I'd still be living in my old house, from where we moved away when I was about 10 years old. Plus that in those dreams, sometimes the colors would go from normal colors to bright green, bright purple colors. On my birthday night, there wasn't any nightmare. The nightmares continued for maybe 3 to 4 days and then they stopped. A month later, November, I went to a concert. Nothing special. It really wasn't big and just a regular concert. I got home and I couldn't sleep at all. I thought, okay, like I ate too much and drank too much and, well, it wasn't alcohol. I couldn't sleep. And ever since that night, I would wake up every single night at either 15 minutes before 3 or 2:45 a.m. or 3:21 or 22 a.m. I would wake up with such fear that sometimes I would skip school because I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep. There wasn't anything abnormal in my room. Nothing was happening. But the fear was so strong that those things continued, sometimes during the day. After I got home from school at 2 p.m., there would be 3 knocks at my door, and then it would stop for a few seconds. Start again. 3 knocks each time for 6 times. I think that explains why I instantly thought it was demons. 3 knocks to mock the Holy Trinity, and 6 as if the number 666. I would hear whispers, but I wouldn't remember what they were saying. Then I started forgetting like events that happened, like my birthday parties or anything really, even if it wasn't such a long time ago. The first thing that really scared me off was connected back to my family. My grandmother had her first child at 21 or so, and it was a girl. The girl died after being 21 days old. Mind you, this was in the 60s. She said that she was home alone with her daughter and suddenly heard her best friend's voice from outside calling her. She went to the doors to open it, and there was absolutely nobody. A day later, my great-grandmother came to her, and my grandmother said, "What happened to her?" My great-grandmother said, "Because you answered, somebody will die in your family." Days later, the girl died, and there was absolutely no medical issue with the baby or anything. Now back to my story. My grandmother wasn't feeling well. It was February, I think. She was on the verge of death. Still alive next to me currently. Anyway, I'm in my room and I suddenly heard her yell my name from her room. I remembered her story and I didn't want to answer. But after a few moments I got up and went to the hallway and she was in the hallway, peeking out of the doors. She came back in and I was like, "What did you want?" She said she heard somebody knock on the doors and call for her. I went back to my room after just sort of putting her to bed and all that. And I'm again sitting on the bed studying something when I hear her call my name again. This time I went instantly to her room and she was asleep. My brother said he didn't hear anything. And later that night, I was going somewhere with my mom, like a long car ride, and I told her what happened. For some reason, she got so scared, she was like, "Do not ever do that again. My grandmother's got better things." Or, excuse me, my grandmother got better, etc. Now it's March and I'm asleep, when suddenly I got woken up because it felt like something pulled my soul out of my body from under my bed. I felt like I was floating. Didn't open my eyes at first, and then when I did, whatever was there slammed me back down, and I could feel the way my soul jolted back in. A few days later, I get up in the morning and my mom's already up, and we talk like, how's her work and all that. Normal talk. When all of a sudden, she said that at night, around midnight, she heard me speak while I was sleeping, and that there was a sound like my closet door being constantly slammed shut the hardest somebody could do it. She said she wanted to check to see what was happening, because sometimes when I'm in a deep sleep, I turn over really harshly in my bed, and I think she knew it wasn't me. Anyway, then she said, the moment she stopped in front of the door, everything stopped. She went back to bed, and after 15 minutes, she heard me talking in my sleep. She said that I was talking so fast she never believed like it would be humanly possible, and said that she couldn't catch a word of it. This is one of the signs of demonic possession. And that same night, I woke up at 3:22 sharply. And I was in my room, and there was this stench. Sulfur, burning, harsh, rotten smells. There wasn't any smoke or anything, but I did notice my lamp was turned the other way. Again, demonic activity. A month later, I get woken up because something fell on me, like directly onto my legs. I felt the pain so badly, but I don't remember really much because I was still half asleep. But again, I know that the lamp would turn the other way, and the last one that I got happened in May before my school trip. I woke up at 2:45 a.m. sharply again. Something was choking me, like actually. It wasn't sleep paralysis or anything, and I never experienced it because I could move each time. I didn't feel anything other than being watched. I don't know if anybody can hear that crazy sound in my house, but it's happening. Where was I? Back to the story. Something was choking me, and I opened my eyes, and I think there was a person that went out of my doors, but I instantly went back to sleep. And in the morning, I asked my mom if she maybe came into my room. She told me she wasn't feeling well that night, and her blood pressure was like 190 over 160. She was up all night with my father. She said no, and nothing happened after that. I asked ChatGPT what that might be, and it told me that I was in extremely deep and hard oppression that was basically like days before possession. ChatGPT. I forgot to add, during this time I felt extremely disconnected with God and pretty much everything religious. Couldn't stand anybody who was religious, and I started to get really angry whenever people talked too much about God or whenever I saw something like a crucifix. A lot of people are like that. Anyway, I never wish this on anyone, and it's extremely scary to experience something like this. Heard that some exorcists or whatever say that sometimes oppression is a lot harsher than an actual possession. I don't know for sure. What do you guys think? I want to know what's banging outside, or what is that? See ya.